Good afternoon. Good morning, councillors. Right, first thing on the agenda, can I welcome members of the public and press to today's meeting? And can I remind councillors, as usual, and officers to use the microphones and request that those attending the meeting ensure that all mobile phones and other communication devices are in silent mode. And also to remind those attending the meeting that it will be recorded and be available on YouTube via the council's website following the meeting. And that the 5-minute rule, but I think you're all aware now of the 5-minute rule for speaking. I can also advise that there will be an hour-long break for lunch at approximately 1 o'clock and a further short break in the afternoon if required. Are there any apologies for today's meeting?
There are no apologies today, Provost.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? No declarations of interest. Minutes of the previous meetings. Can we agree the minute of the meeting of the Council of 19th of December 2018? Thank you. Item 4, minutes of meetings of committees from the 28th of November 2018 to 6th of February 2019. Can we agree to note the minutes of the Common Good Fund committees of the 19th of December 2018? Everybody shy this morning. Strategic Policy and Resources Committee, 28th of November.
Move for noting, Provost.
Thank you.
Happy to second, Provost.
Thank you. Scrutiny Committee, 28th of November.
Move for noting, Provost.
Thank you. Thank you. Local Review Body, 11th of December.
Move for noting, Provost.
Thank you.
And happy to second, Provost.
Planning and Development Management Committee, 18th of December.
Move for noting, Provost.
Happy to second, Provost.
Local Review Body, 8th of January.
Move for noting, Provost.
Happy to second, Provost.
Licensing Committee, 10th of January.
Move for noting, Provost. Happy to second, Provost.
Planning and Development Management Committee, 16th of January.
Move for noting, Provost.
And happy to second, Provost.
Housing and Communities Committee, 23rd of January.
Move for noting, Provost.
Happy to second again, Provost.
Environment and Infrastructure Committee, 23rd of January.
Move for noting, Provost.
Happy to second, Provost.
Audit Committee, 30th of January.
Move for noting, Provost.
Happy to second, Provost.
Lifelong Learning Committee, 30th of January.
Move for noting, Provost.
Happy to second, Provost.
Local Review Body, 5th of February.
What a hard-working committee, Provost. Move for noting.
Hard working seconder, Provost.
Okay. Strategic Policy and Resources Committee, 6th of February.
Move for noting, Provost.
Seconded, Provost.
And Scrutiny Committee, 6th of February.
Move for noting, Provost.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Item 5, Treasury Activity and Compliance Report 2018, Quarter 3. Can I invite Stuart Mackenzie, Head of Finance, to introduce the report?
Thank you, Provost, and good morning, councillors. This report advises Council of Treasury activity undertaken during the quarter ended 31st of December 2018. Public Works Loan Board rates, which determine the Council's borrowing costs, are shown in Appendix 1. While the rates decreased over the quarter, there was some volatility, particularly around the time of a UK parliamentary debate on Brexit in December. In line with the requirements of the approved capital programme, £10 million of new borrowing was undertaken on the 13th of December for a period of 49 years and at a fixed rate of 2.38%. However, in October, the Council also made a scheduled repayment of £5 million of maturing PWLB debt. The Council's long-term debt, therefore, increased by a net £5 million from £359 million to £364 million over the quarter as set out in Appendix 2. Investment activity was undertaken in accordance with the Council's cash flow requirements. The total level of investments reduced from £61 million to £44.4 million over the quarter as a result of routine expenditure. The average interest generated on investments, however, increased from 0.79% to 0.94%. There were no breaches in compliance with Treasury and investment policy during the quarter, and all prudential indicators remain within approved limits. Happy to take questions, Provost.
Thank you, Stuart. Are there any questions on the report? No? Councillor Lyle, would you like any comments on the... Oh, no, sorry, beg your pardon. Councillor Lyle, would you like to move the report?
Thank you very much, Provost. In line with Treasury Management best practice, elected members are provided with a quarterly update on Treasury Management activity. This report sets out the activity from the 1st of October to the 31st of December 18. The Head of Finance has already provided the Chamber with further commentary on the activity as set out in the report. Once again, Provost, I welcome the fact that there have been no breaches in compliance with the approved investment strategy, and the Council is asked to note the contents of the report. Happy to move the report.
Thank you, Councillor Lyle. Councillor Barrett, you move seconding the report.
Thank you, Provost. In accordance with Treasury Management Practice 6, the Council is required to report its borrowing and lending activities, and this report covers quarter 3. There has, as we've heard, been no breaches in compliance during the quarter. There was one item of long-term fixed-rate Public Works Loan Board borrowing with a 49-year loan of £10 million at 2.38%, and the repayment of a £5 million 9.5-year loan maturing at 3.31%. Consequence of that is the average interest rate on loans fell from 3.28 to 3.26% as detailed in Section 3. Provost, proactive Treasury management, including the annual savings achieved from debt rescheduling, has contributed £2.5 million a year to the Council's capital fund for the past 2 years, and I'm happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Are there any comments on the report? Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Provost. I note at paragraph 3.3 that a fall in the average interest rate of just, if I'm correct, 0.02% gives rise to savings and interest of £73,000 per annum. That's to be welcomed. I hope our position is protected as far as possible against raises in the interest rate, if that's the sort of movement a small change has. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Parrott, for your question. The vast majority of our borrowing is undertaken at fixed rates, so yes, we are protected.
Sorry. Item 6, Treasury and Investment Strategy and Prudential Indicators. Stuart, I think you're on again.
Thank you, Provost. This report sets out the Council's proposed Treasury strategy over the period of the current 10-year capital programme and seeks approval for the annual investment strategy for 2019-20. Section 2 outlines the current Treasury position. Based upon delivering the capital programme approved on the 20th of February, the Council will require to undertake approximately £471 million of new borrowing over the next 10 years, with over 75% of this occurring in the 5 years to 23-24. Sections 3 and 4 consider the risks around and the proposed approach to financing this borrowing. Appendices 1 and 2 show the current forecast for borrowing rates over the coming 3 years, with rates anticipated to gradually rise over the period. However, there remain potential risks to borrowing costs in the short to medium term, perhaps most immediately from Brexit, but also in relation to the performance of the UK and global economy. It is therefore proposed that the Council maintain a risk-aware approach, managing borrowing proactively in accordance with the approved capital programme. including retaining the option to accelerate borrowing to meet future requirements should rates increase more quickly than forecast. Sections 5 and 6 set out the proposed annual investment strategy for 2019-20. Appendix 3 details the recommended permitted investments for the Council, and Appendix 4 details the annual property investment strategy. It is not proposed to make any changes to the range of investment instruments or their monetary limits, and all of the permitted investments are considered to carry a low level of risk. The Council's prudential indicators are designed to ensure that borrowing remains affordable, sustainable and prudent. The prudential indicators have accordingly been revised in line with the approved 10-year capital programme and are set out in Appendix 5. The Council's proactive approach to Treasury management submitted to Council in April. Happy to take questions. Provost.
Thank you, Stuart. Are there any questions on the report? Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Provost. Really following on from the previous section as well, I've got two questions, in fact. One is on property. Of over 40 years.
Thank you, Councillor Dawson, for your question. I don't have a precise breakdown of the 73% figure for you. However, over the recent period, the Council has tended to borrow over the longer term to provide certainty on interest rates. So most of our borrowing over the last 24 months has been at 50 years, and that's the maximum period permitted for PWLB borrowing. Moving forward, it's really dependent on rates. There's a kind of trade-off, as elected members will appreciate, between certainty around longer term borrowing and interest rates. And I think we just continue to monitor that, but I would anticipate that most of our borrowing will be over the longer term moving forward, and certainly all of our borrowing will be, or the vast majority of our borrowing will be at fixed interest rates to provide that certainty moving forward.
Just as supplementary, my microphone's switched on now, just to ask Stuart Mackenzie, then going forward, it's not just for this current year, but the scope for debt rescheduling of our existing debt portfolio, that is now constrained both this coming year and future years.
Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Yes, that's our expectation. We have quite a low consolidated loans fund interest rate, and the costs of restructuring debt, or rescheduling debt more correctly, are quite high in comparison. So if there are opportunities, we would seek to obviously analyse that and take them, but our expectation now will be very limited opportunity to do that moving forward. Thank you.
Councillor Parrott.
Thank you, Provost. I'm on page 228 at paragraph 9.5. I don't understand, and perhaps it can be clarified for me, why simply rolling forward the period covered for capital borrowing necessitates an increase in the limit. I'd thought the period covers includes, if you like, potential for borrowing as opposed to actual borrowing, and I'd be grateful if that can be explained. Thanks.
Apologies, Councillor Parrott. Thank you for your question. Perhaps one way of illustrating this would be if I could maybe take members to Appendix 5, the potential indicators, and Indicator 3. So I'm trying to find a page reference for you. My multitasking isn't particularly great. 252. 252. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. 252. And that gives a sense of how the council's debt will grow over the next 10-year period. So there's two limits. There's an operational limit, which is the expected amount of external debt the council has. And it's worth saying that includes our existing PPP and PFI contracts, and also from the current year, Bertha Park, the DBFM contract, coming into that figure as well. So the reason the total authorised limit has been increased to £900 million from the former limit is over a period of time, given we have a £620 million capital programme, our debt will grow, and it's just to allow headroom for that. So that's why the figures are rising. You can see the numbers rising every year. What's not reflected necessarily in the indicators is the fact it will pay off around about £75 million of debt during that 10-year period as well.
Okay, any other questions? Who's got the hand? Councillor Lee.
Thanks, Provost. It's on page 246, and it's risk management, the risk of falling rental income due to changing market conditions. I see the risks and how the risks will be there, but I was looking to, if it's risk management, how are we going to manage the possibilities of the issues that are raised in as risks?
Barbara, can you answer that one?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Councillor Lee?
Yes. It's page 246, Barbara, and it's about risk management. You know, it's about falling rental incomes and changing market conditions with internet shopping, etc. And I see that unfortunately there's another premises being vacated this week. My question was, is listing the risk there of changing market conditions, but it's under a heading of risk management, so I would be looking to see what the responses or what actions we're intending taking when faced with these.
Okay, no, thank you for that. Obviously, you know, sort of the nationally, you know, sort of this is a recurring picture. You know, sort of there's constant, you know, sort of debate on television and the media, you know, sort of about the changing market. What we are doing locally is, you know, sort of within the Perth City Centre, we will be establishing a task force to address some of those issues. The City Centre team are obviously out and about, you know, sort of discussing with, you know, sort of the current, you know, sort of commercial users of premises across the city centre. But we are also, you know, sort of looking to how we can use the town centre fund, for example, you know, sort of in the capital funding that will come with that to support, you know, sort of, so there are a number of risks, that mitigating actions that we're taking, and we will be reporting them back through, for example, the city centre task group.
Thanks. Can I have a supplementary to that, Provost, please? The question I would have to ask then is, are we building in the possibility that we'll have to reduce the letting costs, and then that'll be a reduction in revenue coming into the council?
We analyse the market, you know, sort of, and the properties that are actually owned by the council, for which there are very actual few, you know, sort of in many areas. Some of them are obviously on the housing revenue account as well. The estates team look at that, you know, sort of look at what the rest of the market is saying, and will adjust the prices both up and down, and that's reported through, you know, sort of on an annual basis to the property subcommittee.
Thank you. I think you've already spoken, Councillor Donnells, but we'll take your question just a second.
Thank you, Provost. It's actually on property, page 242. And in a way, it's a follow-up to Councillor Lane's question. We show there we have a portfolio at present of 215 properties, a gross annual income of 1.87 million. Could I just ask two factual questions, and maybe I've overlooked something? Can I ask what the current market value, estimated market value of that property portfolio is, and what percentage is retail?
I don't have that information to hand, but we'll get that to you, Councillor Donaldson.
Are there any other questions? No. Councillor Lyle, would you like to move the report?
Thank you, Provost. The Treasury and Investment Strategy is an important document that sets out the expected activities of the Treasury function for the period 2019 to 28-29. Its submission to the Council is a requirement of the Council's approved Treasury management practices, and is also a requirement under SIPFA Code of Practice for Treasury Management. The Head of Finance has provided elected members with an overview of the contents of the report, and officers have responded to questions. The strategy outlined in the report is designed to ensure that the Council achieves the best possible returns on its borrowings and investments, while seeking to minimise risk in light of the prevailing and forecast market conditions. The Council are asked to note the contents of the report, and I'm happy to move the report.
Thank you, Councillor Lyle. Councillor Barrett, second it.
Thank you, Provost. The Treasury Investment Strategy provides members with details of the current Treasury position, with Council borrowing at 320 million at an average rate of 3.09%, a borrowing requirement of 471 million over the 10-year period of this strategy, with the prospect of further increases in interest rates indicated by the Monetary Policy Committee, subject to the uncertainties and impacts of Brexit. I'd like to re-emphasise what the Leader of the Council said in moving the report, that the strategy is designed to ensure that the Council achieves the best possible returns on its borrowing and investments, while seeking to minimise risk by spreading investment across a range of counterparties, and the level of investment is not expected to exceed a peak of 80 million in the coming year. I'm happy to second, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Are there any comments on the report? Move the report. Items 7, 8 and 9 on the agenda will now be taken by the Deputy Provost.
Thank you, Provost, and good morning, everyone. Item 7, audit of best value in community planning for the Council self-evaluation. I'll ask the Chief Executive to introduce the report.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Councillors, some background to the best value report that's in front of you this morning. The best value audit will take place commencing at mid-March. The audit approach that will be undertaken is both proportionate and risk-based, and draws on intelligence gathered from audit and scrutiny work carried out over previous years. The last best value audit was undertaken in 2008, and progress with recommendations from the 2008 audit are actually attached in the submission in front of you this morning. The purpose of the report is to seek the Council's agreement to the self-evaluation submission. This will be only one source of information that the auditors will use. They will look at other sources such as the inspection scrutiny bodies, and indeed the shared risk assessment process that all local authorities undergo every year. The submission itself has been compiled from a number of areas: the annual performance reports, the BMIPs. The submission also reflects some of the areas auditors have noted that they will focus on. So if I draw your attention to 1.6 and 2.4 in the report, it also showcases examples of good practice, whilst demonstrates maturity, I believe, in our self-assessment of areas in which we would like to improve. Finally, the submission also includes the Perth Kinross offer, so is future focused in terms of setting out a direction for the auditors in relation to best value. So the recommendations in the report are to note the position with regard to the forthcoming best value audit, to approve the self-evaluation submission as contained in Appendix 1, to the report, to approve the next steps outlined in paragraph 3.3 of the report, and remit to the Chief Executive in consultation with the Leader to undertake any final revisions to the document prior to forwarding it to the auditors. Happy to take questions, Deputy Provost.
Thank you, Chief Executive. It's worth noting on page 254, item 2.1, that there may well be interviews with elected members, and I've no doubt there will be. So it's important we get our heads around the subject. And we'll invite questions. Councillor, yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I refer to page 257 of our papers, which is point 3.3, where there's 5 key priorities listed there. How does signing up to the Dundee Delivery Unit for school meals meet any of these 5 priorities? Securing sustainable, inclusive economic growth, addressing our changing demographics, reducing the impact of poverty in families, communities, supporting the most vulnerable, evolving the way we work with communities, and working more collaboratively and further transforming our services.
Thank you for the question. Would Sheena Devlin, Director of Education and Children's Services, like to respond initially?
Councillor McCune, if I heard you correctly, you asked us how does signing up to the Central Production Unit relate to the points in the paper. In terms of the proposal that committee, Lifelong Learning Committee considered and then voted for, it's a means by which significant savings can be made. One of the priorities and indeed principles for any council is ensuring best value and following the public pound in relation to that. And I see that the model of the Central Production Unit as a component of delivering school meals would fall into that category. It does also fall into the category of working collaboratively with other partners, including Dundee and Angus and Tayside contracts. Whilst we recognise that through the course of taking this forward, that there will be posts affected in Perth and Kinross, and that is always regrettable. At times when there are significant savings to be made, there are hard choices to be made as well, and that's what I would want to say in relation to the matter.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. This report actually is very interesting. It's full of nuggets of information, which, and I was wanting to ask the Chief Executive a couple of things. About a rising population, which is rising faster than anywhere else in Scotland, 4% in Scotland, 6% in Perth and Kinross. That puts a lot of challenges on us, especially in areas like Kinross, where we've got a huge amount of house building going on, as you came to see yourself. Could you comment on that? And also, I was alarmed to read in the report that the high rise in children with this, additional needs, it's gone up to 34% of all our pupils have additional support needs. Could you comment on the reasons for that, and if the best value review will help to look at that issue in detail and find out why that number keeps rising? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. I'll address your first point and I'll defer to Sheena Devlin for your second point. In terms of rising population, I think we recognise that actually most of the rising population will be in the age range over 80-85, so there will be significant implications for our health and social care partnership. You will recall last week that Council made a decision to make an investment of 51 million to the Health and Social Care Partnership. I believe that will enable the partnership to deliver good quality outcomes and indeed deliver on the 6 priorities that are set out under 3.3. I think best value in itself is a duty upon local authorities to demonstrate best value in every decision that we make as a full council, and I think the issue around demographics means that we have to be smarter in terms of how we use all our resources to continue to deliver good quality outcomes.
Can we go to the Executive Director of Children?
If I can stop coughing.
Yep.
In relation to your question about additional support needs, Councillor Robertson, it's for the very reason that there has been a year-on-year increase in the number of youngsters reported as having additional support needs, that back in 2015-16 we indicated that we wanted to take a review, a close review of inclusion services, part of which has been looking at longitudinal data in relation to needs, level of need and type and variance of need. And there has been some considerable work undertaken to date in looking at that. In March, at Lifelong Learning Committee this year, we'll be bringing forward a paper that will outline how we intend to address the reported rise in additional support need, which is reflected across Scotland, I would have to say, and not just in Perth and Kinross. And so there'll be much more detail coming to committee there. But it is for that very reason of that significant demand that we have committed to this review. And that will look at all manner of needs. So that from the temporary and the transient additional support needs that a youngster might experience at any point in their time spent at school, right up to that more special and complex need. So a wide-ranging review, not to be confused with the best value audit review paper, but an entirely separate one that was actually set in train before this. And so the detail in terms of the work done to date and how we intend to engage and consult further with all stakeholders on that, and then outline of an implementation delivery plan for that will be brought to Lifelong Learning Committee in March.
Thank you. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. My question is related to 259, the Equality Impact Assessment. As the Chief Executive has just alluded to, there will be smart choices that have to be made regarding communities, but when we're producing these papers with Equality Impact Assessment, surely we should include some sort of impact assessment on what that means to a rural community, or they should be weighted towards rural communities perhaps.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. In terms of the Equality Impact Assessment looks at all the protected characteristics that are actually set out in legislation. It would be a matter for full council if they wanted that to include rurality as a particular area.
Councillor Ahern.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. I'd just like to ask a question regarding the section on partnership working on page 297, and in particular the mention of the story of Perth on page 302. Having looked at the document, there's one section on leisure in the story of Perth, but it's very small and doesn't pick up on the partnership working that we have with Live Active Leisure. It doesn't mention any of the facilities we have. And as a document, it doesn't actually have a lot in there to do with the partnership working. I just wondered if that document's going to be updated at all.
Barbara Renton, would you like to respond to that initially, please?
Yes, I mean, there is reference, sort of on page 305 to our arm's length organisations, so that we've included that in terms of leisure and Live Active Leisure within that section.
Just a supplementary, it's just more. Our leisure facilities are, it's just a very small section.
Within the Story of Perth document?
Yes.
Yep, that clearly, sort of. That's a summary document, but we'll pick that up with the working group.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Deputy Provost, as a member of the Audit Committee, like yourself, could I just ask on what's involved here? The best value audit is going to be carried out over coming weeks by the Accounts Commission, not by Audit Scotland. However, over the summer, we will have the standard audit carried out by KPMG. I'm going to almost certainly have a supplementary here, but are these to be treated as two entirely separate exercises, or will there be a link in?
So Councillor Donaldson, the Accounts Commission and KPMG will actually be undertaking the best value audit in partnership.
Right.
Does that rob you of your supplementary?
Yes, it does, actually.
Councillor Coates? Can I see a hand up? No? Yes. We'll take Councillor Forbes then.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Pleased to see the Perth offer is mentioned a couple of times in the document, and the Chief Executive referred to it in her introduction. Is there any further significant information we can have on this, in particular regarding any dates?
So, Councillor Forbes, I'm sure you're aware that officers' time over the last 5 months has been spent on preparing for last week's budget. We will, of course, in light of our principle of best value, be reviewing the process of budget preparation to ensure that it does indeed comply with best value. On that basis, we are looking to the future in terms of late summer to start an engagement process with communities. Now, I'm very clear that what needs to happen is that the executive and senior officers need to work up a proposal around the Perth Kinross offer and bring that to full council. Prior to bringing it to full council, we also need to engage with all elected members on what this might look like. If we are truly going to prescribe to the principles of a Perth Kinross offer, we need to make sure that we change our view of our citizens as consumers to our citizens as co-creators of whatever the future might look like. So ideally, I would like to start that process of engaging with our communities late summer, but I recognise there is due diligence and due process to go through in bringing the preparation and the framework to full council.
Councillor McDade.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. My question is in relation to community asset transfer, which is mentioned on page 309. In terms of community asset transfer, how many successful transfers have there been to our communities? We've got a lot of resilient communities who might be able to manage assets better than the council. So how many successful transfers have there been, and how do we compare percentage-wise against other local authorities in terms of successfully completed transfers?
Thank you, Councillor McDade, for the question. As you know, the legislation around community asset transfers changed in 2015, and the purpose of that was to try and encourage more of these things to take place. We have done a number of asset transfers in Perth and Kinross over the last decade, but we have done none, although several are in the process since 2015 when the legislation changed. We have to publish an annual report on our progress with this as part of the Community Empowerment Act, and that report will come to full council in June this year.
Councillor Jarvis, I do apologise. I mistook your arm for Councillor Coates' arm. I'll try hard not to do that again.
Well, thank you, Deputy Provost. I also feel quite offended because excuse me, Councillor Forbes has asked my question. So
you can speak to him after about that.
I will do.
Do you want a supplementary?
Well, I would just like to say that it is an exciting project that's, you know, on the boards.
That's a comment.
Yep. Well, it is, but I'm saying, well, I will just say that will this be coming back to us as quickly as the Chief Executive indicates, and I'll now sit down.
Yes.
This will undoubtedly be coming back as quickly as all councillors would like to see, Councillor Jarvis. I think the thing I'd like to add is that I am aware that no other council in Scotland has taken forward this bold initiative. I think Perth and Kinross will be a leader across the whole of Scotland in taking forward this initiative, and this truly is about transforming our relationship with how we work with our communities, and indeed getting action, traction and delivery to a lot of council services in a different way.
Councillor Parrott.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'm on page 263 on the third paragraph. And I note with a little bit of extrapolation of the figures that our average household size will go from 2.23 people now to perhaps 2.13 people by 2027. I know we estimate our council tax take on Band D properties, but do we actually make any allowance or calculation of the take based on household size? I suppose, put simply, my contention is that 2 people living in 2 houses pay more than 2 people living in 1 house. Thank you.
An interesting question. Mr Mackenzie, how are you in population?
I'm not sure I'm very good in population, Councillor Wilson. Thank you very much, Councillor Park, for your question. Our tax base is effectively properties, so we calculate on the basis of Band D equivalent. So we do not factor in any relative adjustments for the occupancy levels in properties. Effectively, it's the property which is taxed, not the individuals within the property which is taxed. So that's the current position. I'm sure that will develop over the coming years.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you very much indeed, Provost. This is an exciting document, and I'm particularly struck by the suggestion of a cooperative offer, which would be made much easier if we can all manage to work together across this chamber and put aside our differences. But given there is a question, Deputy Provost, the question is, there'll be a lot of good news coming out of this, a little bit in dribs and drabs, a bit at the end, and I'm very conscious we're not always as good as we might be to blowing our own trumpet about the good news. This is great news, but having spent 14 years on public display in a glass cage in Scone Post Office, I was always unable to escape those people who came in to share their views with me. I'm a bit luckier now if I pedal fast, but the public don't seem to understand how good we are. You can see how enthused they are today. No offence meant to the people there, but there's nobody there. And I am concerned that we need to have a proposal to make sure that we, in my own case, I'll let it ram down people's throats, but I'd like to be able to answer those people who are always moaning that the council's awful and so on. And I hope that in briefings with ourselves and in our dealings with social media and the press, we do have a plan to blow our trumpet as hard as we possibly can, and I think we'll all help you with a bit extra wind. This is the chamber for plenty of extra wind. I think we can all help you with a little bit of extra wind, Chief Executive. But can you maybe spell out what you intend to do?
I think buried in that soliloquy there was a question. There is an important aspect that, despite our political differences, we can all talk up the good bits about our council, and we ought to. Chief Executive.
So, Councillor Simpson, the submission in front of you is a self-evaluation document. I think it will be for Audit Scotland, the Accounts Commission and indeed KPMG to decide exactly how good we are. And once they've provided that external validation of how good we are, then there will be a comms plan in place to promote that. And if we can rely on elected members to assist us with that, that would be gratefully received.
Thank you. Now I've got Councillor Ling to come next, then I've got Councillor Duff and Councillor Anderson and Councillor McCall. After that I'm proposing to move on.
Thanks, Vice Convener. It's really on the whole report, and I'm sure I'll get a positive answer from the Chief Executive here. Whilst all the processes are set down and self-evaluation is important, it's also important that we look at, as well as the good things, we look at the things that we're not doing as well. There's processes within the paper that look perfectly sensible in print, but in actuality they're maybe not functioning as well as we can. And we have to give the commitment that everybody up there and us all here do our job properly in scrutiny and every other aspect of it, including blowing our trumpet when we do things well. But we shouldn't be afraid to accept when things are going slightly awry, and we will address that rather than trying to circle the wagons, as some people seem to think we do, and not.
Is this leading to a question,
Yeah,
Councillor Ling?
I'll ask the question first.
Right, okay.
The question is,
Would you like to repeat
will the
it?
Chief Executive give me the assurance that when we do find that we're not doing something as well as we could, it will be addressed?
Councillor Ling, I think that improvement should be at the heart of everything we do as a council. And actually what's in front of you today, I believe, is a mature assessment of what we do well and what we know needs to improve. We have 2 inspections ongoing. We have a joint inspection in health and social care, and we're also about to undergo best value. I think it would be a very naive council that didn't actually take the improvement actions that come from these inspections and learn from them and put those together with what we actually know about ourselves already. So I am absolutely committed to ensuring that we improve as a council.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Vice Provost, Deputy Provost. My question is relating to page 309, participatory budgeting. Now, we had 2 years of PB, which were very successful, and it seemed to me that the template worked quite well with action partnerships. Now, we know PB doesn't come back until 2021, and I'm led to believe that we've got the Community Investment Fund in its place. But it seems to be that we're not using the same template for this form of getting funding out. And could someone give me a reason why that this has been changed? Because the people who are all volunteers that we use for these funding mechanisms to get the funding out, there seems to be a bit confusion between action, the PB and the SIF monies and how we go about dispersing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Fiona Robertson.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson, for the question. The Community Investment Fund, you're right, is not being dispersed through a participatory budgeting process, although that is one of the options that we looked at and discussed with SP&R Committee when it made the decisions about how to disperse the funding last June. Participatory budgeting is a really useful tool. It's not the only tool, however, for making sure that decisions about money are taken at grassroots level. And we will be bringing back a report to SP&R Committee in April this year with recommendations based on learning of how round 1 of the Community Investment Fund has gone and how it needs to fit with the bigger picture, including future participatory budgeting rounds. There's absolutely lessons learned for which I take responsibility in terms of the communications around the Community Investment Fund. It's been a huge process for council officers to manage. The success story in it is that we've had a very large number of applications from a very wide range of communities. So absolutely we will improve and strengthen the communication with community organisations, but there is a very good news story in there, we believe, in terms of what's been delivered so far.
Thank you. Councillor Duff. We'll leave that to the discussion, please. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. My question is on page 288 of the report, and it's to do with new build council housing. I note that our annual new build target for the year was 550 units, and I'm pleased to see that we delivered a total of 585 on that. My question really was, what is our target ongoing for new build council housing? And of the 161 of these new build houses were for social rent, is our target to increase the number that will be available for social rent? Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Renton.
We set the target, sort of through our annual, housing strategy and, and the documentation that we take to Housing and Communities Committee. My memory of that, Councillor Duff, is that it's, we have a target of 80 a year and we're on target, but that includes also buybacks.
Thank you. Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I have 2 questions. The first one is on page 311. I noticed that we mentioned 4 equality outcomes, but we've listed 3. I kind of understand why, but I would like to know what equality outcome 3 is, just for completeness. But my wider question, I suppose, is around equalities and access to the work of the local area partnerships and indeed the community partnerships. Having been involved in a lot of these over the past almost 2 years since I've been elected, I noticed that there's a lot of organisations such as those that support with children and adults with additional support needs or indeed learning disabilities, for example, that are very much self-contained and have their own networks. However, if we really want to promote equalities across the whole of the council, I would like to understand what plans the council might have to ensure that we reach out proactively to these groups, that they are aware of lots of the many excellent initiatives that actually are taking place through the area partnerships. And I don't see this somewhere in this document, so I'd like to understand what our plans are around that.
Thank you. Fiona Robertson again.
Thank you for the question, Councillor McCall. You may remember that we did a review, an external review of the local action partnerships, and reported the findings from that to Council in December. I think it's absolutely fair to say that the local action partnerships are not yet fully representative of the sorts of organisations and networks that you're talking about, some of which are informal, but very long established and absolutely essential to delivering good things in local places. So it is one of the improvement recommendations that we are looking at as part of the external review of local action partnerships. They are still, and I know I say this quite often, but they are still the LAPs in an early stage of development. They've only been going for 2.5 years, so there's still work to do there.
Thank you. Now finally, to the final question, Councillor Barnacle.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Provost. Page 311 refers to the dedicated Gypsy Traveller Engagement and Improvement Plan and refers to self-assessment of our 2 sites, which I assume are council-run sites. But in actual fact, we do also fund, I know this for a fact, provision of facilities at private sites as well. And I'm just wondering whether the minimum site standards and responsibilities that you're referring to are purely about the council sites, or where we have helped other sites with funding, should they be extended to that? That's my question.
Barbara Renton, or?
I am not entirely sure about that detail, Councillor Barnacle, so we'll come back to you. My understanding is certainly, sort of would apply to our own sites, sort of the council run, but we'll double check on other sites.
We've covered a whole range of questions. Councillor Purvis, is it a question you wanted to ask?
I can phrase it as a question, Deputy Provost.
Or would you want to take the opportunity to raise it during comments?
It was just to clarify the point that Councillor Anderson made and said that the Community Investment Fund was replacing participatory budgeting. My understanding that there is £150,000 for the coming 1920 financial year and a further £150,000 for the following year for local action partnerships, which they can choose to spend through participatory budgeting should they wish, in addition to the Community Investment Fund money. So perhaps officers could just confirm that's the case, just as a point of clarification.
That is correct, Councillor Purvis.
Mr Mackenzie.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. That's my understanding.
We'll now move on to the formalities. Councillor Lyle, would you like to move the report, please?
Thank you, Deputy Provost. This report provides almost the impossible. It provides a summary of how well the Council is doing across a whole wide range of areas, along with the key next steps in our improvement journey. And it does this in only 54 pages. Among the key strengths identified in the document are the ongoing commitment to our vision and objectives over a number of years, which has provided a consistent focus for elected members and officers alike in delivering our services. The evidence which identifies that we are improving outcomes for the people of Perth and Kinross. We are providing partnership working with other public sector bodies, our arm's length organisations, the voluntary sector and the private sector. It identifies the strength of relationships between elected members and officers, the hard work, commitment and dedication of our staff, which this staff I truly believe is the best council staff in the country. Obviously there is still more to be done. This is self-evaluation and the outlines what these things are, and they include delivering our 5 key priorities, developing the Perth and Kinross offer, reviewing our performance management arrangements, as well as our overall governance work. The audit of best value and community planning is an assurance process, one which not only allows the Accounts Commission to hold us to account, but also allows our citizens and communities to do the same. As such, I look forward to the process, which will start in mid-March and will last for a period of 4 to 6 weeks, with the final report will be published later on in the early autumn. Happy to move the report.
Thank you, Councillor Ladd. Councillor Barrett, you to second the report.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. As the report states, Perth and Kinross Council's last audit of best value was in 2008. The results of that and subsequent annual external scrutiny was the recognition of this council's strong record on delivering best value and subsequent low risk assessment. Since the last assessment 11 years ago, the Perth and Kinross population has grown faster, as we've heard, than the population of Scotland, demonstrating the attractiveness and dynamism of our area. Life expectancy has grown over the same period, demonstrating improvement in the general health of the population. A rising population brings challenges as well as resources to our area in terms of older people's care needs, numbers of children with additional support needs, and pressure on affordable housing, as we've heard. The self-evaluation recognises the financial challenges faced by the Council with continued diminishing financial resources and increasing demands for services. Our strong financial planning and management, organisational and political leadership, our commitment to transformation and collaboration with community partners and other local authorities will continue to stand us in good stead, with these being marshalled now around the key themes of the Perth and Kinross offer: equalities and fairness, enhancing diversity, reducing inequality, and recognising rurality. Economy and entrepreneurship, attracting investment, increasing employment, and support in economic growth and businesses. Education and learning, improving attainment and early intervention in supporting families. Empowerment, enabling and empowering communities, devolving control and harnessing the benefits and capacity of communities as co-producers and co-creators of services. The self-evaluation highlights the work that this council has done to achieve better outcomes for prisoners on discharge, collaboration with neighbouring authorities on housing options to reduce homelessness and fulfil residents' housing needs, utilisation of and better access to private sector housing, and support for Syrian refugees to integrate into Perth and Kinross, delivered in conjunction with Angus Council and the Scottish Refugee Council. The evaluation flags up the sector-leading work that we've done to date through our Homes First rapid rehousing project, more than halving the number of homeless households in temporary accommodation, reducing the length of stay in temporary accommodation, and coupled with our new build programme exceeding targets, our buyback efforts and homelessness prevention work in schools, and greater focus on specific housing needs. We have a lot of evidence of best value to put before the auditors, and I'm happy to second this.
Thank you. We'll move on now. Are there any comments on the report? Councillor Dugan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. I think, listening to the debate, one of the key highlights that we can look forward to is the introduction and greater currency of the Perth offer as it takes shape and is relieved across Perth and Kinross. I would acknowledge my understanding that the first time I heard the question, what is Perth and Kinross's offer, it followed the arrival of our current Chief Executive, and I welcome that scrutiny of the services that we provide and the way in which we do so, and crucially the engagement with which we seek our community's input. So I welcome the work that the Chief Executive and her officers are doing. I also go further and congratulate every single member of staff in Perth and Kinross Council and our associated organisations for the way in which they have resulted in the light touch review of Perth and Kinross as an audit job. And I look at paragraph 1.7 in the paper, and has been alluded to by other speakers, whereby the last audit was in 2008, fully 11 years ago. I point out respectfully to the current members of the Council's administration that the SNP were in charge for 9 of those 11 years, and these things aren't a birthright. You have to work at them, and you need to have a plan. So I also suggest that we will not be getting another 11-year interval after the events of the last 2 years. Deputy Provost, further, a note on the paragraph above, paragraph 1.6, the Account Commission's strategic audit priorities include, and the third one down is how councils involve citizens in decisions about services. Well, to expand on Councillor McEwen's point about the central production unit in Dundee, well, apart from not consulting with our young learners, not consulting with their parents, not talking about this issue with teachers, not making any reference to it with the staff in the kitchens, and not having the purpose to discuss any of this with unions, I think we have made a fairly bad job of any form of consultation whatsoever in that regard. On the next page, Deputy Provost, on paragraph 2.4, there's an analysis of the Council's position against 4 key areas, the first being strategic direction. Operational matters, of course, a matter for the Chief Executive and our officers and the staff of this Council. It's the strategy which comes from the administration that we need to scrutinise, and that will be a particularly challenging thing, because in the first instance you'll need to identify it, and if anybody can identify what the strategic direction of this administration is, I'd be very grateful if they could let me and the public of Perth and Kinross know. Performance and improvement can be summarised really in terms of drift. It's as though in 2017 this council lost power and it lost steering. There's no immediate threat to life or services in this council, but where is it going? It's completely unclear and seems to be largely unplanned. Use of resources. Well, we've just come out of the budget setting process, Deputy Provost, and we saw yet again the insistence of household budget.
30 seconds to go.
Right, Jar. The household budget setting discipline being applied wholly inappropriately to the council's budget, and the alleged thrift of leaving £1.3 million of unallocated Scottish Government capital grant completely unspent. So we have an administration in this council, Deputy Provost, but we do lack in large part any form of strategic leadership, and you cannot, just in closing, Provost, call abdicating our services and our expenditure to services in Dundee as collaboration. It's more like abdication. Thank you.
Councillor McEwen.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. This report sets out a well-structured and thought-through approach for audit and self-evaluation, and our services and acknowledgement of the work put in to develop this should go to the officers responsible. So mirroring what other councillors have said, this is a good report and a good way forward for us. On reading this report, as I was reading it for this full council, I couldn't help that page by page as I went through the report that I was always brought to the decision taken by Lifelong Learning on the 30th of January regarding the 50 posts in our school kitchens and those jobs moving to Dundee. At every key indicator, at every action point, it seemed not to be there. This decision fails to meet the key priorities set out in this paper, and the decision was rushed through with no answers to some of our questions. Questions of transportation, cost of freezers, consultation with kids, staff, parents, unions, and the carbon footprint for moving all this food around Perth and Kinross. The largest part of the 3 councils we're putting together, largest by population and largest geographically, but we're going to put a service somewhere else. Instead of economic growth, we get job losses. It deprives those in our rural schools of these jobs and the extra jobs that the early learning years was going to bring. Job losses creates poverty. Evolving the way we work with our community doesn't mean sending the jobs to Dundee. There is no collaboration. This is a transfer of a service to Dundee. Provost, best value does not mean doing it at the lowest cost. It seems Oscar Wilde was correct. The cynic knows the price of everything and the value of nothing. Thank you.
Councillor Ribbick.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Just before I make my comment, Councillor Simpson and I hope the rest of the Chamber will be pleased to know that I am going to say something positive about education, Perth and Kinross, and it should be noted that as education spokesman in the SNP and indeed my colleagues in Lifelong Learning, we've always been positive where it's appropriate about education in Perth and Kinross, and indeed commended political opponents on occasion. That having been said, if I can draw your attention to page 287, point 2, steady progress in the achievement of curriculum for excellence levels is shown across all stages and areas in BGE. and there are signs that the gap between children from more deprived areas and those from less deprived areas is reducing. And I would just like to thank staff, senior officers, teachers, dinner ladies, crossing patrollers. I'll stop there because the list goes on and on. It is important that we recognise the hard work of all these people, and I would like to do so today. It is also, I think, important to recognise the Scottish Government's contribution again this year of approximately £1.2 million in Pupil Equity Fund, and I think that that has gone a long way to closing that attainment gap. Thank you.
Thank you for your positive comments. Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I just wanted to draw attention to page 288 of the report. I'm delighted to see that Blackthorn Place in Derry is mentioned in it. It's very easy to knock Planning and Development Department. The communities always have a disagreement with them. But I think this shows what the department can do exceptionally well when it negotiates and talks with the community and brings forward an excellent area. And I would like to commend my thanks to the staff and the departments for the work that they've done on this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I come to Councillor Shires, Councillor Purvis, I cut you off earlier on, hoping you might, or thinking you might want to make a comment. If you want to make one, you're next. But we'll go to Councillor Shires first.
I wasn't quite sure what was coming there. Sorry. Provost, Councillor Purvis, if you wanted to go.
No, you're on.
Provost, I just wanted to go back to the Central Production Unit, and I'm really disappointed at the extreme negativity that is coming from the opposition over this. This is a fantastic opportunity for us to do something different. We are expanding through the Scottish Government priority about early learning and childcare. We're going to be able to provide nursery, expand the meal provision for nursery children. We're also seriously now, for the first time in this council, looking at how we address the issues of children who can't get meals necessarily the way we would hope out with school term time. This will be an opportunity for us to provide that. We've built into the provision the opportunity to look at increasing the amount of local food that we procure from local producers and suppliers, so that we can build that into the provision. And actually there's some tremendous opportunities from this, as we've seen in SNP controlled Glasgow and Clackmannanshire, where they have rolled this out successfully. They've addressed the issues of budget constraints. They're meeting the issues surrounding special diets, which is an increasing issue that we're facing in schools, and they're providing good quality meals and meeting the issues of out of school hunger that we so desperately want to tackle. So rather than just dismiss it straight off out of hand, I think we really should be looking at the opportunities that this presents. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thanks, Vice Provost. I wasn't going to speak, but I have to respond to that. I don't understand why that can't be, all of these things couldn't be provided by our current food provision model. I don't see why it has to go to Dundee to achieve this. And if Councillor Shire wishes to think the negativity is coming solely from this this side of the chamber, perhaps you should go out the school gates and see where the real negativity is coming from.
I'm conscious this item is the audit of best value in community planning, ladies and gentlemen, and perhaps we should stick, as Councillor Rebick correctly did, to the bigger picture. But next is Councillor McDade.
Thank you, Provost. I'll be quick. I think in terms of delivering best value, there are lots of good things the Council does do, but we should also combine best value with doing what the people of Perth and Kinross want. And I have to say, I've found very few issues where there has been such consistent response from my constituents in terms of the Central Production Unit, where they do not believe that we should be taking savings at the cost of jobs and at the cost of meals being provided locally.
Councillor Parrott, I'm going to ask you to be the last comment, and we'll move on.
I've waited to the end because I don't want to be accused of nitpicking. I'm on page, I'm on page 275, the last paragraph. Surely if we've established 4 more local action partnerships in 2018-2019, then we've disestablished 2 as well. Thank you.
Do any of you have any comment on that one?
Apologies, could you clarify the point that I needed to? Apologies, Councillor.
I was just saying, if we've established 4 more local action partnerships, actually in that process we've disestablished 2, which isn't mentioned.
We'll maybe seek out a response on that, Councillor. Okay, is there an amendment? Is there an amendment? There's no amendment. Therefore, the report is agreed and the motion is passed. We go on to item 8, inspection of community learning and development services in Perth City South and community learning and development plan 2019 to 2022. Fiona Robertson, would you like to introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Councillors, can you hear me? Yes, great. This report does a couple of things. As you will be aware, community learning is subject to a statutory inspection regime. We last were inspected here in Perth Kinross in 2014, up in Crieff, and we had a further inspection of community learning last summer, autumn in Perth City South. Since the last inspection that we underwent, the inspection framework has changed, and Education Scotland, who are responsible for carrying out inspections, are in the process of using a new inspection framework. They're completing at the moment their inspections of all 32 councils, and they'll do that by June this year. Now, section 2 of this report sets out for you the inspection findings. As you can see, and in summary, delivery of community learning in Perth City South was assessed as very good, but leadership and how we measure and manage our performance and our impact, the difference that community learning is making, a number of improvement areas were identified there. So section 3 of the report picks up from that and asks you to consider and approve our new 3-year community learning and development plan. This is a statutory document. It's the second plan we've produced, and we have built the improvement recommendations from the inspection in Perth City South into our plan, which is our improvement journey over the next 3 years for CLD in Perth and Kinross. So happy to take any questions on either the inspection or the plan itself. My colleague David Stokoe, who manages these services, is here with me.
Councillor Barnacle.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. In the previous paper, when we talked about developing the Perth and Kinross offer, we talked about aspirations for community empowerment and commitment to local democracy beginning in the rural areas. Well, the thing I wanted to say here, and it will lead to question, is the word community and the word development. Because if you look at this development plan, pages 334 and 335, it goes on about the role of local action partnerships, and it goes on about the way they are managing the Community Investment Fund and leading on community-led projects. There is no mention throughout this document of what I think are sidelined community councils. I think there's a real problem here. Community councils get very small administrative funding, and yet action partnerships are getting a lot of funding. Community councils are open to public forum election, action partnerships aren't. And in fact, my own experience in Kinross is when a representative was put forward from the community council to serve on the local action partnership, despite my endorsement, his nomination was rejected it's mysterious how the membership of action partnerships comes about in certain areas. And I would refer you to page 339 and 346 of the development plan. And 339 says, develop the capacity of local action partnerships and their members to strengthen local democracy. And 346 refers to broadening community membership of the local action partnerships. So that's the question. Why aren't community councils that are elected not even referred to in this report? And why are we pushing everything in the direction of local action partnerships that are not elected by the public? Thank you.
Thank you. Fiona?
Councillor Barnacle, thank you for the question. The Community Learning and Development Plan is one aspect of community participation and empowerment. It's not the only aspect. It is a high-level plan, and it really focuses on how community learning and development is delivered by a number of partners, some of which are statutory, some of which are voluntary, across Perth and Kinross. Now, community councils are not delivery partners in community learning and development, although they are very much part of the community infrastructure that you describe. So that's why there isn't a great deal of narrative about community councils in the CLD plan. In addition, as you know, the geography, if you like, of community councils is quite varied across Perth and Kinross. So some areas don't have a community council. Others have got very vibrant and active community councils. In terms of how we reflect in the introduction to this plan that there's a very lively and vibrant community infrastructure, including community councils, which is the point that was made in the best value report that you've just considered. We're happy to amend that narrative to make that point clear. But in terms of delivering community learning, community councils are not delivery partners in that sense.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions on the report? Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. My question really is around the delivery partners on page 347, and also alludes somewhat to my question on the previous paper, that there are quite a lot of groups that support people with additional support needs, but yet none of them are mentioned here, like Enable or, for example. It's also true that many students in school do have additional support in mainstream school and perhaps not in specialist school, but the transition from children's services to adult services is very often a cliff edge, and very often those adults might need additional support. And I see a gap in here. I'm maybe missing it somewhere, but I don't see any sort of transition planning in here to ensure that those students in school who get additional support continue to get additional support in terms of learning and integration into the community. So I'd like to understand a little bit of what those plans are.
Fiona?
Thank you, Councillor McCall, for the question, and Jackie Pepper might want to add to some of what I'll say. Again, in terms of mentioning all the community organisations and networks that exist across Perth and Kinross, and there are many, many, many of them, this plan doesn't do that, and it doesn't pretend to do that. It is quite a high-level document, which is why there are links to the locality profiles, the stories of place across Perth and Kinross, where there is a much more detailed set of information about some of the organisations that you're referring to. So what the plan tries to do is flag some of the key delivery partners, particularly those that have got an area-wide focus, like Live Active Leisure, for example, who do a lot of work on healthy living, Culture Perth and Kinross, who do a lot of work through public libraries on adult literacy, and so on. In terms of your question about young people with additional needs and how they are supported, as you probably know, the Council has a team of community link workers, and their job is to work in a very focused way with youngsters who may have particular needs of a range of types, actually, to support them to remain in formal education, and also support, where appropriate, their transition into adult life. But Jackie may want to add to that in terms of the transition phase and the risks, which I guess you're flagging around how do we stop young people from slipping through the net.
Jackie, would you like to add to that? Thank you.
Thank you. Just to elaborate on what Fiona's saying, that has already said, the PCAVs as the third sector interface support a Children's Services Strategic Forum. So they are named as a delivery partner, but there are quite a number of members of that forum that forum is also represented on the Children, Young People and Families Partnership. So the issues about supporting transitions and ensuring streamlined support for young people would be considered through that forum.
Are there any other questions on the report? If not, I'll ask Councillor Lyle to move the report.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. The new Community Learning Development Plan 1922 sets out clear strategic direction and priorities for the next 3 years and incorporates key improvement actions. The Community Learning Development Inspection has provided useful insight into our current strengths, alongside the areas that we need to build on and improve in Perth City South, as well as area-wide. These have been incorporated within the Community Learning Development Plan. Today, this Council is asked to approve the new Community Learning and Development Plan 1922, which reflects the inspection and findings carried out of our own improvement agenda. Happy to move the paper, Provost. Deputy.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett.
Deputy Provost, the Education Scotland Inspection of Community Learning and Development awarded very good grades for 2 of the 4 areas inspected on the impact of local community and delivering on learning. The inspection proves that we're making a real difference in our city and in Perth City South. Improvement in performance is assessed as good, with good use of data to drive service priorities, but more consistency across delivery partners is required. Leadership and direction is assessed as satisfactory. Deputy Provost, it was hard, despite closely reading the inspection report, to see what the inspectors identified as the weaknesses in this area, which were just outweighed by the strengths. It seemed to boil down to the development of a new 3-year community learning and development plan in line with legislative requirements, being at a very early stage at that time. And as a matter of urgency, the authority was required to progress its development. A dedicated community learning and development partnership may also be beneficial in helping improve governance of the new community learning and development plan. Having addressed those matters in the report presented today and recognising the need to widen participation in local action partnerships, which is being addressed through the recent CIF and Community Learning and Development Plan, I'm happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments on the report? If there are no comments, then can we agree the report and the recommendations? Thank you. We're going on now to item 9 and the Local Government Benchmarking Framework 2017-18. As the Provost intimated earlier, we're proposing to stop at 1 o'clock for lunch. Therefore, that gives us a reasonable time to consider this report. Can I invite Jim Valentine, Deputy Chief Executive, to introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Deputy Provost. This report presents a summary of the Council's performance during 2017-18 against the Local Government Benchmarking Framework Indicators, which were published by the Improvement Service earlier this month. The purpose of this data is to help the Council, members of the public and other stakeholders see how we are performing in key areas compared to other local authorities. Publication of this report links to a statutory requirement for public performance reporting and reflects the statutory performance indicators as set out by Audit Scotland. Both of these form part of our overall performance management arrangements referred to in the Best Value report discussed earlier in the meeting. The report sets out that there will be variation in performance between councils across the whole range of indicators, depending on the priorities agreed by elected members, along with the demographic differences. It is, however, a useful tool to better understand our own performance, to examine ways we can control costs, and also support decision-making processes. This year, along with publishing the online toolkit, which is designed to be used alongside this report, we have developed an infographic summary. This highlights the Council's rank where appropriate and whether performance and costs have gone up or down in the last year. This is intended to provide more openness and transparency for all stakeholders. We have, as usual, provided information about changes across the last 3 years, and this year provided a comparison from 2010-11, when the baseline has become available. The report also gives a summary of national trends from the Improvement Service analysis. The overall position on a Scotland-wide basis indicates that across some services, performance is slowing down for the first time since the framework was introduced. This reflects the Accounts Commission overview work, which noted the challenges Council face in meeting demand for services against tightening resources. For some of our performance indicators, this is the case, but for others, our performance is improving. I would lastly point out that there has been an error in the council tax collection costs, where the Improvement Service have erroneously entered a figure of £6.94 as opposed to our actual figure of £3.91. Our costs have therefore reduced from the 2017-18 figures by 69%. Officers and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr Valentine. And Councillor Ling must be champing at the bit with these questions, so can you go first,
no, it was
Councillor?
just, thanks, Deputy Provost. I've got two questions. The first one follows on to the last statement there, and you know my scepticism over the local benchmarking figures, and I think this is a good example of bearing it out. The costs have reduced by, I think, did you say 61% for local council tax collection? But that was solely down to a change in the way that we calculated the figure per household. Is that not correct, rather than any other change?
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Councillor Lee, there are a variety of factors which impact on performance indicators. If we do change our collection methods, that will influence the figure, but the figure is collected across Scotland, so what we put in is consistent with what everybody else puts in.
A supplementary, please.
Yes.
When I questioned this 2 years ago, because we were one of the highest ones in Scotland, I was told it was because we cross-charged across departments, and that's why our charge was so high. It was because it was apples and pears. Now that it's a decrease, I would still suggest it's because we've changed the way that we charge this. But that's my take on it. The second question I've got is how figures can look as though there's something really positive. And it's the next point down in 357 is that of all the local authorities, Perth and Kinross has the highest proportion of care at home services commissioned from external providers. Now that may seem good and the cost's good, but my mother has been lying in a hospital bed for the last 3 weeks, unable to get a care package because she lives rurally. The person in the bed next to her has been waiting for 2 weeks because she cannot get a care package, because we don't have our external providers do not have the capacity. They're not willing to take on rural. And so my question is, what are we going to do about this?
Just give us a moment. We'll find a response. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Councillor Ling. So I think we all recognise that there are issues in terms of providing rural care in rural areas. The Health and Social Care Partnership will be actually looking at having a review of both complex care, learning disabilities, care homes and care at home provision to address the very issues that you're raising.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I have to confess that I'm not really a fan of these sort of reports. It's almost like navel-gazing, and they don't really, by and large, mean anything. Let's go to page 366, Environmental Services Comparisons. The figures that are on here mean nothing to the general public, probably mean nothing to my fellow councillors. If the percentage of people who are happy with the cleanliness of the park drops from 80% to 75%, what management decisions are made on that? None. And my argument would be, if there's a cost involved in gathering these figures, and we don't take any management decisions based on these figures, then why do we do it?
Councillor, this is beginning to sound like a comment rather than a question.
No, it's a question. I'm asking why we do it. What does why mean? Is why
what is
not
the
a
value?
question?
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
So, can I ask the officers to look carefully at what we gather, what the cost of gathering this is, and if we can, could we look at it and maybe cut some of it out?
Would anybody like to take my distillation of Councillor Robertson's question? What do we get out of it? Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. This is a statutory requirement. We have used this information to develop our transformation projects. We've used it to compare how we work alongside others. I accept there are some performance indicators which on the face of it don't look the most sensible, but these are the performance indicators that we collect for the improvement service, and we do use the ones where we know that they are valid comparators.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. If I can refer to page 381 of this report, and I think my question is maybe one around confirmation, but when I first read the bit about the percentage of secondary school pupils who've achieved 5 or more awards at level 6 or higher, and I saw that we had dropped 5 places in the ranking, I was a little bit concerned. However, and as I say, I'm really looking for confirmation here. It seems to me, upon further research and given the news in Scotland broadly over the last day or two, I think, is it not, that the rest of the country has caught up with us rather than that we've dropped back. In fact, the results for 5 or plus more are really very good in Scotland just now, despite the popular narrative amongst some people. And I would just like confirmation that that's maybe what's happened rather than that we've dropped back.
Thank you. Devlin.
Councillor Rebick, there's a range of information in relation to performance, and I think it's maybe worth just taking a bit of time to understand some of the difference between that. There are some areas where we have either maintained or improved further from a strong position. A couple of areas where our performance has dropped. In relation to tariff scores, which are described in here, it might just be worthwhile understanding what tariff scores actually are. And they are a points-based score that's based on a pupil's best performance in each subject or award. And tariff points for all attainment and achievement varies based on what level those awards are. So, for example, an SCQF level 5, which is a national 5, if you attain a level C, then you would get 64 tariff points. If you're sitting in advanced higher and you got an A, there would be 480 points. So something that determines your national average or your individual's average tariff score is obviously related to how long you stay on at school, because we know that youngsters will sit national 5s in 4th year usually, and highers in 5th year, and national highers beyond that, advanced highers beyond that. We are looking at the reason for the decline, particularly in one of the areas around the national tariff, average tariff scores, and we're doing that on a school-by-school basis. But it is important to look at some of the other data, and as you suggest, across almost all of the other performance measures that are there, we are performing, if not in line and in equal, not just to our families or indeed sometimes to our virtual comparators, but we are in excess of that as well.
Councillor Braun.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. My question relates to page 357 initially, at the bottom regarding the cost per library visit, which has risen from 186 to 226, but also to page 364, which shows on the graph that the cost over the last few years has been dropping quite dramatically, really. And I just wonder why that suddenly started to turn and rise again.
Fiona.
Councillor Braun, thank you for the question. I'm not actually completely sure of the reason for that, but I will check and let you know after today's meeting.
Thank you. Councillor McEwen.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I understand that these measures are not a microscope of our services, and more of a way of where we should shine our light and look forward in the future. the one thing I took generally from the whole report was that we're good at the things that rural councils are good at, and we're not so very good at the things that city councils are good at. So should we not be asking for a subset in this, where we have not just a benchmarking with the other 32 councils, but actually benchmarking with those that are like us, with the same demands, the same stresses and the same challenges of our council, to give us a better feel for the reality of this. It's what's done in the health service. So.
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure what the answer is, but Barbara Renton's going to come
on my
up with
feet,
an answer.
ready to answer. The graphs at the back, Councillor McEwen, give us, sort of the Perth and Kinross information and the family group medium, as well as the Scottish average. And the family group medium has been agreed with the improvement service. There will be different family groups dependent on the area of service delivery, so that, for example, the education ones will be a slightly different family group than the, sort of the ones for environmental services. So we do that for environmental services. They tend to be much more rural. But, sort of the reality for every council will be slightly different, because obviously we've got a major conurbation, sort of within Perth, and, sort of larger towns and then very small, sort of villages. But that's what the purpose of the family grouping is there for.
Thank you. Councillor Forbes.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'm looking at page 380, and I'm looking at the number of people that have been helped into employment by Perth and Kinross. Now, I'm familiar with the principle of this. It's good to see it laid out in black and white, or I should say green and white, sorry. I wonder if there's maybe an example or two that we could have on this, please.
Mr. Valentine.
Thank you, Councillor Forbes. I'm happy to get numerous examples for you out with the meeting. Barbara wishes to add something.
Thank you, Barbara.
Okay. The council, and we're very proud of this one, sort of because it's actually quite unusual for, sort of a council such as ours, which has got a very rural element to it, to do so well in terms of employability initiatives. So some of the, sort of the detail that we have relates to the Employment Connections Hub, which we now have co-located with Skills Development Scotland in South Street. Sort of over the course of the period, sort of for 17-18, then 158 clients were registered, 78 of those secured employment. Over 16 hours per week. 55 clients found employment through the Hub Vacancy Management Service, which linked to 42 different employers. The Employability Programme, which is a regional employability programme part-funded through the Scottish Government, 42 clients have registered, sort of to date. 25 of those have secured employment. 10 clients have, it's easy for me to say, not have sustained employment for at least 13 weeks so far from that group. Scotland's employer recruitment incentive is another way that we use, sort of funding that we have and support through the council processes, and that has allowed 15 young people with barriers to employment, sort of to have secured full-time employment in newly created positions. And then across the council, we always also have other services who are delivering employability at Scott Street, for example, and the employment support team, sort of works with 176 service users, sort of to deliver employability and jobs. And obviously then we have our own Modern Apprentice programme, sort of where we've got 89 participating Modern Apprentices.
Thank you. Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I actually want to draw attention to page 357 regarding superfast broadband. I'm happy to see that it is increasing, which is excellent, but we still have rural problems and we still have black spots in the centre of Perth. It is very restricting for our businesses, and I'm just asking the officers if we're doing everything we can to make sure that the rollout of the Scottish Government initiative is happening as quickly as possible, and that we're actually getting the best fibre broadband across Perth and Kinross from that.
Mr. Valentine.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Thank you, Councillor McCall. Yes, we are participating in the rollout. The new contracts have just gone out for the Beyond the R100 contract. We have additional monies that came in through the Tay City deal So that will be targeted at the areas which are furthest away from the grid. So we have another £1 million that's going into that. We need to wait until the Scottish Government work through their existing contracts before we can target the remainder.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. You can just go back to page 381 and the percentage of secondary school pupils that have got 5 qualifications at the qualification foundation at 5 or higher at 64%. And then we look at the ones at level 6 or higher at 33%. Then if we then jumped and looked at page 384, where we see the similar figures for people from deprived areas, we see that the numbers drop to 36% and 13% respectively. Now, remembering that the first figures will include day figures in them, so if you take pupils who come from non-deprived areas, the figure is going to be a lot higher than 64%. So just confirmation that I am reading that right. And it just shows the challenges that we do face for children from deprived areas, that there's still a lot to catch up, although we see that we have gained certain, a few places in the rankings, but there's still a lot of work to do. Just ask if I can get a wee bit of an update just on what we're doing to continue to close that gap. Thank you.
Just to confirm, first of all, Councillor Waters, that your analysis of that is correct in terms of how you've looked at the data there. What we do know is that for a number of young people who are in SIMD, Scottish Index of Multiple Deprivation, deciles 1 and 2, that they sometimes do less well than their peers. And the Raising Attainment strategy that's been underway in Perth and Kinross now for a couple of years has that at its heart, the closing of what's described as the poverty-related attainment gap. And what I'm really pleased to say is that what we are seeing already of signs in early years and in primary of indeed that gap beginning to shift.
Thank you. I have two remaining hands up, Councillors Jarvis and Baird. Are there any other? Councillor Duggan, I'll add you to my list. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I mean, this report is actually a snapshot in time, and there's quite a bit of downward slipping. Could it be possible that we would get this report based on a 3-year period, which would give us a better idea of what's going on? Because the first reaction, I think, to seeing some of the figures here was, is this a trend?
Jim Valentine.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Thank you, Councillor Jarvis. Where we have been able to, we have indicated the trends within the report. If there's anything specific, myself or the Executive Directors would be happy to pick up any of these areas.
Councillor Duggan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. I welcome the report very much and the data and insight that it provides. On page 379, we see that the gender pay gap in Perth and Kinross is 0.7%, putting us in a favourable position of 5th out of 32. Can I ask which gender that gap is in favour of, Deputy Provost?
Do we know? Karen.
The gender pay gap is 0.7% in favour of males. We have previously had a pay gap of minus 0.4%, which was in favour of females. So it has fluctuated, and that really is based on changes in the composition of the workforce.
Indeed, so thank you, Deputy Provost. And following on from that, if I could trouble you for a supplementary, it's on page 384, which says how many women are in the top 5% of earners. Is that 5% of the number of top earners or 5% of the cost of top earners?
Karen? Do we know the answer to that one, or is that to follow?
I would prefer to come back to you and explain exactly what that means. Thank you.
Draw the questions to a close after I hear Councillor Baird, but if there's anybody who feels deprived of their question, please let me know now. Councillor Barnacle, you're going to be last. Okay. Councillor Baird.
Thank you very much. My question is on page 355. Oh, sorry, 355. Yeah, 355 regarding sickness in teachers. I just noticed that the trend seems to be slightly increasing over the last few years, and I wondered if we know of any of what reason this may be. And obviously, if there are more teachers off at school, it causes an impact for the staff who are at school. And I did wonder if any of these were stress related.
I'm happy to start a response to this question. Across the council, we do look very closely at sickness absence levels, and that includes across all schools. So we have very detailed information about the breakdown of sickness absence at team level, so that we do look at reasons and hotspots and provide support. Advice where necessary. So we do know that within the teachers area that roughly 27% of the days lost to sickness are attributable to stress, mental health, fatigue, depression subjects. And when we benchmark with other councils and other employers, we do know that others are also experiencing similar levels of stress-related absences. That doesn't mean to say that they're all work-related stress. I think we recognise that in society today there are a whole range of issues that are causing individuals stress and mental health issues. So we are very acutely aware of the increase there, and we're looking at revising our health and wellbeing arrangements.
Thank you, Councillor Barnacle, and then we will move on.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. I'd just like to highlight paragraph 4.2, which goes on about revenue funding for local authorities from the government fell in real terms by 9.6% between 2010-11 and the current year. So is there a correlation with the council tax freeze in that period? I'd also highlight to be positive, paragraph 5, where we are doing quite well in various areas, but also could I make a plea that they indicate these charts are difficult to follow. If they were in colour, it'd be much easier.
Right. It's partly to do with presentational. Does anybody want to pick that one up? They are in colour. Yeah. It'll depend on your printer, Mike, I think. Yeah. See member services, I think, is the answer. Okay. We want to move on. Councillor Lyle, would you like to move the report, please? Thank you. Councillor Barrett to second.
Thank you, Provost Depute. 31 indicators out of 51 are showing improved performance, 20 declining, 9 demonstrate increased costs, and balanced out by 9 showing decreased. The report states that small percentage changes in performance can have dramatic impact on the league table performance, so it's useful to compare local with national performance, which still yields some remarkable successes, such as the number of business gateway startups per 10,000 head of population, which has risen and where we have over 21 against a Scottish average of almost 17. Town vacancy rates are at 2/3 of the national level at 8% for our area. The number of people assisted into work, as we've heard previously, is almost twice the national average, and we're ranked as second in the country on that. Similarly, for self-directed support, putting people in control of their care packages, we're ranked second in the country on that too. Other items, such as the time required to complete non-emergency repairs, we take a day longer than the national average, but this is as a direct result of engagement with our tenants on what represents best value for money and driving economies through planned maintenance rather than relying on unpaid maintenance. Happy to second, Provost. Deputy Provost.
Thank you. I'll invite comments now. Councillor James first.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. These reports, I mean, I know they come to us and they're a legal requirement, but I have so much sympathy for our officers because, to my mind, they're pointless and meaningless, if I'm honest. Just an example, we've got pages 379 through 391 with lots of percentages and colours. Percentages mean nothing without figures to go with them. For instance, 20% of 100 is way more than 90% of 10. So, you know, unless you've got figures to go with it, it's pointless. I point out on page 382, perfect example. Housing services, we're at 99.8%. We're ranked only 10th out of 32 and 4 positions down on last year, and we've declined to 99. I wouldn't actually say that we were actually underperforming at 99.8%. Incredible, but I know that we get these year on year. I'd just like to see something more meaningful rather than something that's requested from government or where else, which has really no meaning to me. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Next is Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I find this report far from pointless. It contains a lot of very interesting information and benchmarks against which we can compare our performance. I wanted to speak about, make comments about priorities. And following on from Councillor Laing's earlier question and comments, it is disappointing to note that while performance is better than previous years, Perth Kinross is still ranked only 22nd out of 32 in terms of older people with intensive needs being supported by PKC so that they can remain at home. However, Deputy Provost, through my membership of the Integration Joint Board, I am, of course, well aware of all the efforts that are ongoing to transform and improve our care of older people. And I'm also hugely encouraged that our new Chief Executive and the new Chief Executive of NHS Tayside are together bringing fresh and increased focus to the health and social care issues that we face. Nevertheless, Deputy Provost, you know, we have heard earlier today about the rapid growth in our elderly population. There is much to be done. There is still a funding gap which we need to find a way to plug, but I am hugely, as I say, hugely encouraged that we're moving in the right direction, and I look for the support from across the chamber to ensure that continues to happen.
Councillor Dugan.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Let me say, just to be very, very clear, I'm shocked and not a little disappointed to hear two members of the Council's administration disparaging what is a comprehensive report setting out exactly our performance on many of the key areas that our constituents ask us about, and many more that they don't. It's absolutely vital that we as councillors have an understanding of how we perform in the context of other local authorities in a similar circumstance to ours in Scotland. So for us to say that because there's a cost to this attached, we shouldn't be doing it, or because we don't have every single number available in the metric that makes it up, we shouldn't be doing it, is simply unbelievable. Let's be clear, I'll paraphrase. There was a question to Mr Valentine a wee second ago, and he gave a very good officer's answer, which was that it's part of our statutory responsibility. But what essentially happened there, Deputy Provost, is a member of this administration said, why are we doing something? And the reply from officers was, because it's the law. That's how seriously they take their responsibilities, and they should be thoroughly ashamed that that came from the administration.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Vice Convener. I just wanted to build on the answer that Councillor, or the comment that Councillor Drysdale had made, and the question that Councillor Lang had asked in terms of the availability of care at home packages. It's something which myself as Vice Chair of the IJB and my fellow members of the IJB have become even more acutely aware of since our appointment, I think. Councillor Purvis and I met with the Health and Wellbeing Cooperative, which is a different model to the traditional model which serves areas of the north of Strathty and Highland Perthshire. We've heard directly, I attended the carers conference and have heard directly from carers about the difficulties, not only with clients of the Health and Social Care Partnership directly receiving care, but also the provision of respite care in the same vein. So I would like to assure Councillor Lang that one of the discussions that we have been having as part of the IJB's, the Integration Joint Board's budget setting process, and the development of our new strategic commissioning plan for the next 3 years, is to look at a range of models and to build further resilience into that system, so that the issues that Councillor Lang identified are on a reducing and downward trend.
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Rebick next, followed by Councillor Parrott, and then Councillor Robertson. Anybody who has any other comments? Sorry. And Councillor Illingworth. Colleagues, your future occupation of our lunch is in your hands. And Councillor Lang, you want to make lunch later as well, are you? Yeah, okay. Right, Councillor Rebick, on you go.
You've very much encouraged me to be brief.
Yeah. Yes, that was the message, thank you. You usually are, so carry on. Show an example to others.
Which I was going to be anyway. However, it is serious. It was just important, because I didn't get the opportunity earlier, having asked my question, to thank Sheena Devlin for a very detailed and indeed encouraging answer, because after all, it is a positive story around attainment in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parrott.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I welcome these figures as part of the complex evidence base on which we make decisions. I'm quite certain that individual components of the figures, officers will understand the context of those in their particular areas better than we might. But together they add up to provide a strategic overview of trends and directions, which is important to councillors. And we must all remember that this set of figures are largely relative, comparable figures, rather than absolute figures. That's important, but we should take little solace if the case arises of being the least worst at something. We should always strive to be good, whatever good is, as opposed to least worst than anyone. And so I think, in contrast to some, these are very important figures. They're very important as the evidence for our decision taking and informing our priorities, and we should regard them as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ling.
Thanks, Deputy Provost, and I'd like to thank Councillor Stewart for his comments, and I know that we're striving to change this problem. I just think it's unfortunate that we're as Councillor Simpson said, blowing our trumpet over something which about the fact that we've got the highest proportion of care at home services commissioned by external providers. Don't think we should be blowing our trumpet about something that is not functioning correctly or well. The other point I'd like to make was to Councillor Braun. Maybe I'll have some clarity here for your library visits. This is just my take on it. Councillor Braun would be that there's three possibilities here. There's either fewer people attending the venues, the cost of the provision of the services in these venues has gone up, or it's a combination of the two.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I have to say I'm delighted that I've upset Councillor Dugan. I love his self-righteous approach to everything. It's very good indeed. The point I was trying to make, if I can clarify, is I just thought that going through all these figures, and there is a lot of figures that are useful, but I just wonder if it's worthwhile collecting some of them, because they don't really mean a great deal, but some of them are. And all I suggested was that perhaps we'll look critically at this, but if it's a statutory thing, and we've got to work out exactly how many people are happy with the appearance of the park, then so be it. But it just seems at tight times, some of the things could be missed out.
Thank you. Councillor Illingworth. And then we're going
Thank
to
you. I know I'm the last
the
to speak, so I'll make it as brief as I can. My feeling about these figures is that it's a really useful snapshot of lots of bits of information about the way we run this massive organisation. And the value is not from the figures themselves. The value will come from the questions and debates and further dialogues that we can use. And hopefully we can use those debates and dialogues to improve the way we run this business. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we now conclude? Can we agree the report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to indicate that we now pass you back to the Provost, who hopefully is going to announce lunch.
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and you're absolutely right. I think we're all needing a comfort break as well. We'll reconvene back at 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you. Councillors, we about ready? Thank you very much. We're waiting on Councillor... Oh no, Councillor Band has given his apologies for this afternoon. Item 10 on the agenda is Taste Cities Deal Governance Arrangements, Proposed Joint Committee Governance Agreement. Can I invite Jim Valentine, their Deputy Chief Executive, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Provost. Councillors, the paper before you forms the governance structure for progressing the Taste City Deals programmes. It brings flesh to the bones of the interim agreement brought to Council in 16th of August 2017, which has allowed the deal to progress to the stage where we have a programme of projects in place. Following David Littlejohn's term as the head of City Deal, the Programme Management Office has now been put in place as per the agreement by the Joint Committee. These staff and the virtual team across the area are progressing a series of projects and will bring in £152 million worth of additional funding to the Perth Kinross area from UK and Scottish governments. We still have some way to go in developing the final business cases, which will take place over the coming year with both public and private sector sponsors, and which will set the financial profile for the next 10 to 15 years of the programme. Given the complexity of this cross-government, cross-sectoral activity, it is important that robust governance arrangements are in place. The documents produced are a product of the 4 authorities, steered by advice from our own head of legal. The Joint Committee have debated and agreed the arrangements. albeit that Councillor Stewart recorded his dissent. It is now for the 4 councils to sign up as constituent authorities to the committee's proposals. I am happy to take any questions on the report.
Thank you, Jim. Are there any questions on the report? Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Provost. I'm looking at the draft agreement, clause 7, related to the lead authority on page 404 of the document pack. It refers there to the lead authority appointing various members of staff, including a programme manager, and establishing a programme management office. My question is, how many staff do we anticipate will be employed by that office or by the lead authority in total once that reaches full strength? Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Bailey. We currently have 3 staff who are full-time staff within the Project Management Office. We have a virtual team spread out across the council areas, including theme leads, etc. And we have central recharge and support services provided by Dundee City Council. It is not expected that it will grow beyond that. This is just a programme management office.
Thank you, Jim. Are you happy with that, Councillor Bailey? Councillor Parrott.
Thank you, Provost. I've got a couple of questions, if you would indulge me. One is very specific and relates to paragraph 3.2. Any local authority other than those listed in the introduction which wishes to become a member of the Joint Committee may apply for membership, etc. I would ask, given that this is the Tay-Cities deal, why would any other authority need to become involved, and what is that provision for? My second question, if you like, is rather longer and relates to concern about getting the wording of this paper or this agreement quite right in light of matters brought to the attention of Scrutiny Committee these past weeks. Certainly at para 7.6 part 2, the lead authority shall ensure that the PMO budget and funding are used legally and appropriately. I would ask what specific safeguards are in there to make sure that that happens. Paragraph Roman 4 of the same, prepare the annual reports and accounts for the Joint Committee and arrange for audit of the said accounts. I make the assumption that we as a constituent authority would have access to those audit accounts to check. And I suppose I ask that question particularly in light of the comments at 12.3 under termination, where it is deemed necessary to include specific mention of authorities being entitled to look at papers in terms of termination. If there's a specific mention there for a specific requirement, it begs the question to me of whether there's a general right to papers from constituent authorities, like in terms of audit. And my final concern, if you like, is at paragraph 10.3, where if you include the lead authority as a constituent authority, then that might be fair. But given the start of the paragraph, where the lead authority is separated out, I just wonder whether that paragraph includes the right of constituent authorities to actually recover outstanding sums from the lead authority in that role, as opposed to just being another constituent authority. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Parrott. Jeff, do you want to, or will Jim handle that one? Yeah, okay.
I think I'll begin and I'll bring in Jeff as required. Thank you, Prof. Councillor Parrott, in terms of the deal, the document before you has been drawn together by 4 heads of legal, and some of the language was put in because it was deemed necessary by the other authorities for it to be in. 3.2, the Tay-Cities deal, was to really cover whether there would be an expansion over the life of the deal. If local government changes or whatever, could we bring in other authorities? It's purely there for a catch-all. It's not, there's no plans to expand the deal, but it's there so we don't have to revisit everything at some point in the future. 7.62, in terms of reassuring that the proper officer and the Section 95 officer will be appointed through Dundee City Council. The Section 95 officer gives regular reports back to both the management group and to the joint committee. So that's where these issues would be dealt with. I think in terms of how the agreement is set up, the lead authority will always be dealt with as one of 4 parties. There's no, in terms of how costs, etc. are shared, there's no preferential treatment other than the lead authority have the right to charge charges back to the joint committee. They're not treated any differently when it comes to them being a partner. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Jim. Councillor Purvis.
Thank you, Provost. My question relates to the termination arrangements in the agreement. 2.2 on page 401 of the paper says, once validly executed, these terms and conditions shall be legally binding upon the constituent authorities, subject to any lawful variation thereof, unless and until this agreement is terminated in accordance with clause 12. However, in terms of clause 12, the only reference made to the possible termination of this agreement is in 12.1, which says the agreement shall continue in full force and effect until the whole Tay Cities Deal programme, as defined in clause 1, has been concluded. While we obviously all support the Tay Cities Deal and the significant investment that we are having in this area, I'm just slightly concerned that we are binding future councils to maintain this agreement until the end of the programme, and if there are any concerns that might arise during the course of that programme, or indeed a change of direction that we might like to see, there is no provision for us to end this agreement, and it struck me as slightly unusual not to have such a provision in the agreement.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Purvis. In terms of the deal itself and the agreement, there was a lot of discussion at the Joint Committee about how that clause was worded, and a lot of discussion between the heads of legal. But what both UK and Scottish Government required was that each authority linked in for the length of the deal. So that is why it is worded in that way, so that no authority can walk away in advance of the deal ending, and that was a condition of both governments.
Okay, Councillor Purvis. Happy? Okay. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Provost. My question is not so in depth, and I may have missed it somewhere in the document, but with reference to this document, there seems to be no reference to a chair or how the chair of this cities deal will work. Will it be rotating, or is it the lead authority that chairs it?
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Anderson. The previous report dealt with the chairing arrangements, so the chair is rotated on an annual basis across the 4 authorities.
Councillor McDade.
Thank you, Provost. My question is in relation to the lead authority section, which is on page 404. It states in 7.1, the constituent authorities have agreed that Dundee City Council shall be the lead authority. I recall the paper coming originally in relation to the original joint committee, but I don't actually recall us agreeing at that point that Dundee should be the lead authority. And I'd like to understand why it was decided that Dundee should be the lead authority, given that they already are the lead authority on a number of other shared services.
Thank you, Councillor McDade. Dundee were agreed as the lead authority under the original agreement, the August 2017. That gave the authority to the 4 council leaders to agree who would be the lead. So these interim arrangements have been taken forward. What you have before you is the joint committee's view on how this should go forward now. But there is the get out that if constituent councils are not happy, they can challenge that lead authority.
Sorry, can you clarify the latter part of your answer there in terms of there is an ability to change it.
Thank you, Councillor McDade. The lead authority, I would just quote from the document, the lead authority means Dundee City Council unless the constituent authorities agree otherwise. So there is scope for that to change at some point, but that would have costs in terms of the costs that are have currently been incurred by Dundee up until now.
Okay with that, Councillor McDade?
Sorry, I'm not quite sure. What costs have they incurred that haven't been reimbursed? Because I think in answer to Councillor Bailey's question earlier, you implied that basically all four local authorities have contributed towards the programme office. So presumably we've all incurred similar levels of costs.
We've all incurred similar level of costs, but we have a team which is based in Dundee. If they were to transfer to any other authority, there could be unforeseen costs. There could be unforeseen costs. So we need to bear that in mind as we go forward with any other proposals.
Okay. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Provost. I note that one of the recommendations in the report is to delegate authority to officers to negotiate and agree other minor amendments as appropriate. And I just wondered if the officers could note a couple of points which I felt were unclear in terms of section 9, the Joint Committee Budget and Funding. There's continual reference to the contribution sum. In some cases it appears to be the total sum. In some cases the wording appears to relate to the contribution sum from one authority, and in some cases it appears to relate to the proportion rather than an actual amount due by each authority. So that's one thing that if the officers could take that forward. And the next point is in 10.2 under default in payments. It says that where a constituent authority remains in default for more than one calendar quarter, the terms of clause 8.6 shall apply, but 8.6 appears to relate to grant recipients, and I'm not sure that the carryover from grant recipients defaulting to constituent authorities defaulting is quite so straightforward. So would the officers be willing to take those points forward for discussion under minor amendments?
Okay. Yes. You're quite happy to do that? Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Provost. One of my concerns with this document as it's presented to us is there's a certain opaqueness about how all of these different groups work together. The management group, the joint committee, the PMO, where is the governance structure or oversight? And also I'm a little bit concerned about a joint committee structure anyway, having had some experience of working with Tayside contracts, because although there's a joint committee, their ability to make any huge influence on strategy or whatever doesn't really convey back. There seems to be parallel workings going on, and certainly they're not subject to any scrutiny. And this is such a big important deal for Perth and Kinross, particularly where we're not the lead authority, although we're the largest council, that I think we really need some clarity around how the governance will work between all the different constituent groups and organisations that have been set up. And I understand this is a legal document, so perhaps that's why it's a little opaque, but perhaps if Mr. Valentine can give me some comfort on that, I would be very grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCall. This is a legal document. It's trying to set out the framework which will cover all activities. The Project Management Office reports back to, or is directed by the management group, but ultimately reports back to the Joint Committee. But all of this would be covered through normal audit processes, etc., supplied by the lead authority.
Sorry, if I can ask a supplement. So does that mean that there's no scrutiny function for this council on the work of either the Joint Committee or the Programme Manager or the PMO office?
I think that as this goes forward, this council could have a scrutiny role into the work of the Joint Committee.
So for the avoidance of doubt, there currently isn't one in this particular governance arrangement that's been put in place?
No, because this governance arrangement has just came forward. I think it'd be a conversation that would have to be had with Scrutiny Committee.
Councillor Ling.
Following on from Councillor McCall, I don't think it's a conversation to be had. It should be an insistence that the scrutiny comes back to this this council. We must have scrutiny over this. We're told we have no scrutiny. We can't bring Tayside contracts for scrutiny. And in light of what was uncovered at the last scrutiny meeting, where in a similar arrangement, 20% of the funds seem to be disputed as to where they should be, I'm very concerned if we don't have full scrutiny of this.
I'll take that back and I'll discuss it with the partners, and ensure that we have a scrutiny role over the function. Okay, are there any other questions? Councillor Coates.
I would just like to know how the circle is squared in 14.3 between the Freedom of Information Scotland Act and the General Data Protection Regulation. You know, which comes first, or which is prevalent?
They have to operate together. The Freedom of Information Act operates in compliance with the General Data Protection Regulations. It would be wrong to say that one prevails over the other. The Freedom of Information Act was subject to the former Data Protection Act of 1998. It's now similarly subject to the proper application of the General Data Protection Regulations. So it's wrong to see it as one having precedence over the other. Some information cannot be accessed through freedom of information requests if it's confidential in terms of GDPR, and that would, as one would expect.
Happy with that, Councillor Coates? Yeah. Okay. Are there any other questions? Right. Councillor Lyle, can you move the report?
Thank you, Provost. Today we are asked to endorse the first piece of work produced by the Joint Tay Cities Deal Joint Committee, setting in place the parameters from how it will work. As you have heard, it is important that these essential documents are in place now to allow the real work to begin on delivering the Tay Cities deal for this area. Happy to move the paper.
Thank you, Councillor Lyle. Councillor Barrett, move seconded.
Thank you, Provost. The functions of the Tay City Deal Joint Committee are detailed in section 4.2 of the report. The duties of the Programme Management Officer are set out in section 6, and these are to coordinate the operational tasks necessary to implement the delivery of the Tay Cities deal. As the Leader of the Council said, this is an important step towards implementation of the deal and the realisation of the projects of vital importance to our local economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Are there any comments?
Provost, I have an amendment.
Stewart.
I have an amendment.
You have an amendment?
Yep.
Okay. Have you a seconder? Okay, sorry. Yeah, let's hear the amendment.
Committee services could circulate that. Thank you, Provost. Provost, fellow councillors, Mr Valentine made reference in his introductory remarks to the fact that I had dissented from the proposed governance agreement at the last meeting of the Tay Cities Region Joint Committee. In bringing forward this amendment, I would like to outline for my fellow members across the chamber the concerns I had that led to my dissent. At that point in time, my concerns were twofold. First, that the Tay Cities deal is in fact a city-region deal, i.e. that the laudable aims of the deal and all of the partners in the deal, the 4 councils, 2 governments, the universities and institute, the private sector and others, and the significant funding offers from the UK and Scottish Government that I wholeheartedly welcome, are to benefit not only the 2 cities, but to initiate, spread and support sustainable economic development across the whole of the wider region, including the many rural areas from Balmullo to Brechin, Montrose to Minee and Crook of Devon to Kinlochranach. And it is in recognition of that wide and varied geography that I had a slight concern that the lead authority responsibility might not best sit with a council that has a solely dense urban geography and demography. My second concern was around the number of existing collaborations and joint authorities that are already hosted by Dundee. And I've received a list from Dundee City Council's Head of Democratic and Legal Services. Dundee Clerks and/or hosts the headquarters of Tayside Contracts, Tayside Valuation Joint Board, the Tay Road Bridge Joint Board, Tay Plan, and I would add to that list Business Gateway, while Perth Kinross hosts the around 4 employees of TACTRAN that does also cover Stirling. In addition to those 2 concerns, and now that we know that the confirmed list of projects, that will go forward to the next stage of the deal, the business case reviews and putting forward the detailed business cases, I must also note that the largest share of the projects fall in the Perth and Kinross Local Authority area. On these 3 grounds, the rurality of the wider city region, the current split of hosted services, and the fact that we now know the split of projects in the deal, I'm bringing forward this amendment, which agrees the recommendations in subparagraphs 2 and 3 of section 2 of the report, and agrees the recommendation in subparagraph 1, except the sections 1.1 and 7.1 of the draft governance agreement, which relate to the lead authority. I humbly suggest to my fellow councillors that Perth and Kinross may be a better fit as lead authority for the Tay Cities deal, and therefore would like to suggest in terms of my amendment that we ask the other constituent authorities to reconsider the role of Dundee City Council as lead authority and consider whether Perth and Kinross Council would be a more appropriate lead authority. Provost, fellow councillors, I commend my amendment to council.
Have you got a seconder?
I'm happy to second that, Provost. Very briefly, as Councillor Stewart has outlined, there is a clear case, I think, now that we know the outcome of the Tay Cities deal and the funding that we will receive, that Perth and Kinross is better suited than Dundee City Council to be the lead authority to deliver on a city deal for the whole region and not just an urban city focus. As Councillor Stewart outlined, the whole region is a very rural one, and Perth and Kinross, Angus and North East Fife have a lot in common in terms of the rural issues that we face. And having a rural council leading on this project, I think would better allow for these to be delivered for the residents of all of the Tay City region deal. Also, as has been mentioned, the vast majority of joint committees that are already in place across Tayside are hosted and clerked in Dundee. And in addition, a significant proportion of the spend is in Perth and Kinross as part of the Tay Cities region deal programme. And also as a final point, in addition, as some councillors have alluded to in the questioning, there are some concerns around the governance arrangements around some other joint projects that have happened across Tayside, in particular Business Gateway being a recent example. So I'm very happy to second this amendment and would ask all councillors to support this, what I think to be a reasonable request of our constituent partner authorities, that Perth and Kinross takes forward the lead role in the Tay Cities region deal project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purvis. Are there any other amendments? No. Do you want to take this?
Is this the Councillor Lai has the opportunity to speak?
Sorry, Councillor Lai.
Is there a debate or comment?
Sorry. Apologies, Provost. I thank fellow councillors for their amendment. I think the motion put before you today.
Debate.
Beg your pardon. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
I would like to ask the mover of the amendment if they would take away the vagueness of the scrutiny function, that we may or may not have scrutiny in Perth and Kinross, and if they would incorporate the fact that it is implicit in the agreement that scrutiny will come back to Perth and Kinross, I would be happy to support the amendment.
Thank you, Provost. I'm happy to incorporate a scrutiny element into, as outlined by Councillor Lang, into the amendment.
The Chief Executive would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Provost. I think the point about ensuring proper and due diligence and proper scrutiny of all functions, whether they're held within Perth and Kinross Council or indeed hosted in other local authorities, is an important one. And on that basis, please be reassured that both the Deputy Chief Exec and myself will be making sure that the Scrutiny Committee in Perth and Kinross Council has an important role in scrutinising every function that is either held here or hosted elsewhere.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor McDade.
Yeah, I'll make a comment. Thank you, Provost. I think my constituents often struggle to understand why so many of the services and collaborations that we enter into, and if they're to be, are hosted by Dundee, and if they're to be if they are to be genuine collaborations, I think there is an implicit requirement that they are spread across the region, not just to Dundee, but in Perth and Kinross, Angus, and in this case, North East Fife as well. And I think that Dundee hosts significant numbers of the current collaborations, and given the spend, it is appropriate that Perth and Kinross should be the lead authority on this, given how important it is to Perth and Kinross, and having a local authority that understands rurality, which Dundee by its nature of its geography cannot, given that Angus, North East Fife and Perth and Kinross are all majority rural areas, is very important. So I will be supporting the amendment as agreed with Councillor Lang's input.
Councillor Dugan.
Provost, thank you very much. I must say that I have some sympathy for the mover and seconder of the amendment, and I think, as ever, it's important and positive for us as councillors to have a choice in these decisions. I think, as a member of the joint board, that I would disclose that I have approved that which, as a board member, that which the council is being asked to ratify today, and I'd be very reluctant to now subsequently go against that decision that I took with Perth and Kinross colleagues through in Dundee some time ago. Nevertheless, I have heard articulated some very, very valid reasons why we need to actually take stock of that which is happening across Tayside and genuinely assess whether or not we are working in partnership with our neighbouring authorities within the Tayside region, or whether we are deferring and abdicating to colleague authorities across Tayside. My personal assessment is that there's two things that lead to the dynamic at the moment, and that is one of history of Tayside region and one of the physical location of Dundee City geographically within the Tayside region. As we develop our modern ways of working and communicating further, the physical location of any local authority becomes increasingly meaningless. and therefore we need to use that as perhaps an enabler to introducing a different stratification of local authority within the Tayside region. I think I've had discussions with this previously and summarised it in this way, which is there needs to be a recalibration of esteem within Tayside. And that is to say that the default position currently appears to be that if it needs to get done across Tayside, then it will be Dundee that does it. I'm not certain that's fair to Dundee, and I am certain that that is potentially unfair to Angus and Perth and Kinross. So, whilst I can't support the mover of his amendment, I am very, very sympathetic to the ambition that it contains. Thanks, Provost.
Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Provost. Just to speak very briefly, I support the amendment for the fact that it challenges this apparent or maybe historical status quo where there's an assumption that collaboration and partnership working equals we're going to host it in Dundee, whether that's a food production unit, a Tay Cities Joint Board project management or anything else, and that's the reason why I support the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Provost. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but we had delegates who went to this board meeting who were given the authority to decide where this would be based. And I presume you would have been arguing for, Councillor Duggan would have been strongly arguing for Perth to be the chosen site. You wouldn't, am I correct?
You should be speaking to the Provost. If he wants to redirect, he will.
Yes. I'm sure you were making a strong case for Perth to be considered as the site, and you obviously lost the vote when it came to the vote. Well, if the decision has now been taken that it's going to be in Dundee, then I think we should back the people who we delegated to go and represent us at that meeting. I think it would be bad as an authority if we were seen as an anti-Dundee authority, because we're not. In many things we work with Dundee and our fellow councils that surround this area. So please, this is a great news story for Perth and Kinross, the amount of money that's coming here in capital grants. And it'll be unfortunate if the press is reflected in the press as them and us attitude. Surely that we shouldn't have that.
Any other questions? Contributions, questions, comments? Councillor Barnett.
I have sympathy with the amendment, mainly because it was brought to my attention at the Scrutiny Committee that there was potentially a breach of trust in the way that Dundee, as the lead authority in the business gateway, had conducted matters, and I understand that's the subject of investigation. So there's an element here of wanting to make sure that the lead authority operates correctly, and I have sympathy with the amendment, not only in that regard, but also in regard to the other reasons put forward. There's far too much, in my view, going forward under control of Dundee at the moment, and I'm against that.
Councillor Wills. Councillor Parrott, did you have your hand up? You didn't?
I did. Thank you, Provost. Of course, we are all pro-Perth and Kinross. I had to remember Kinross there. But none of that is to say that we are against Dundee. I find myself in the curious position here of agreeing with both Councillor Dugan and Councillor Robertson at the same time, which I think is normally quite difficult. But I agree with Councillor Dugan in the sense that I have sympathy for the ambitions of the amendment. But I also accept and concur with Councillor Robertson in terms of, I think this decision was taken at a place where our representatives took part, and that decision has already been taken, and we should respect that decision. If we don't respect that decision, I think we open ourselves as being seen on this occasion ourselves as a less than reliable partner. However, going forward, I think that we have collectively, already through our words, expressed our will that a perhaps Dundee-centric view of the world in the past is not one that we see going forwards. Thank you.
Provost, could I just make a point of order
you've already
to clarify?
Is that a point of order?
Well, it's to clarify what has been
Hang
said.
on a sec.
It has been said that it was for...
I'm sorry, that's not a point of order, Provost. This is a point of clarification. The member is abusing his position in terms of the standing orders.
Can I ask you just to sit down?
Clarification.
No, not at the moment.
It's been said that it's for the joint committee to decide, and I'm not sure that's the case.
To sit down. Thank you. Let's have a bit of decorum here. Let me get some advice here.
Thank you, Provost. I really just want to make the point about how major programmes evolve and develop and who eventually ends up being the lead authority. And I have, in my time, worked on some fairly major cross-governmental departmental projects where the lead authority may have started off, for example, in the Home Office, because that's where the initiation came for some of these major projects, but they were cross-departmental. And as the clarity evolved, and as the structure and the needs and the objectives of the project developed, then another agency might then have been identified as the lead agency. So it's not without precedent that moving on from the initial scoping of the opportunity to the final delivery of the opportunity, that there would be a change in who the lead authority would be. So that is quite a normal way of project management to work. And I don't think it's a question of a betrayal of trust of the delegates who were there prior to the awarding of the Tay-Cities deal and the clarity around the projects to be delivered. I think it's a normal and certainly competent view to take, that we should at least question, was the assumptions made back then still valid with the information that we know now? And I think this amendment seeks to at least ask that question. And for that reason, I will support the amendment.
Thanks, Provost. I want to start off my small contribution to this discussion by declaring an interest. I'm a Dundonian and proud of it. I've been on missionary work in the far west ever since. I want to take a bit of issue with Councillor Duggan when he said about abdicating. Nobody's abdicating anything in any of this. This is a joint agreement amongst partners who've spent many, many weeks, months and years putting together a city deal in a very cooperative and collegiate way. I think the issue about where power lies is not where the office is, but what the governing arrangements and the governance arrangements are. And there's a good example recently where the Tayside Valuation Board, which is currently based in Dundee, partly based in Angus and partly based in Perth, took a decision to relocate their offices, at least when I was a member anyway. I don't know if that, hope that hasn't changed, to have a joint office in Angus and Perth. So that's where the power lies in the governing body, not where the actual office is. I think the Chief Executive's correctly drawn attention to the governance arrangements that are robust, and will continue to be robust about this with the reports going to the appropriate committees and bodies and subcommittees of this council at each critical stage in the implementation of the Tay-Cities deal. There's an issue about centrality, and that, remember, this is Fife, Angus, Dundee and Perth, not just the tripartite arrangement that we have in Tayside. There's a practicability because the project office has already been established in Dundee, and I think has got the links with parts of Dundee City Council in practicality terms. So for these reasons, and also that it has been agreed by the Joint Committee, which Provost will be in charge of the project and will report back and through its members to the constituent authorities, have made this agreement. I think it's a simple, practical arrangement that we should support, and that the basis of the City Steel office should be in Dundee.
Thank you. Councillor Rebick.
Thank you, Provost. With your indulgence, and just briefly, I'm wondering whether there has been a final and binding decision taken already, because I think that's really important.
With regard to Dundee? My understanding it was, but Jim will tell you better.
The position which is in the paper that's before you is what the Joint Committee are proposing. The original interim agreement was agreed by the 4 leaders, and that had Dundee as the lead authority on an interim basis.
Thank you.
Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Provost. Like the Deputy Provost, I too am somewhat conflicted, having been a born Dundonian, lived most of my life in Fife, now living, or half my life in Fife, half my life in Perth and Kinross, and now working in Perth and Kinross and Dundee. I see this as it should be a team effort. I think we as a local authority empowered our representatives to go into bat, and I'm sure they batted very well in the discussions towards forming this agreement. Whilst there is some merit in what the amendment is setting out, we need to ensure that we get our fair share of these things going forward. I, for one, have not heard enough to seek to overturn the motion here, and I will be supporting the motion.
Right, I will just, we've given this a good crack. I've got one more contribution. It's Councillor Gray.
Thank you, Provost. I share similar feelings to Councillor Wilson and Councillor Drysdale here. Nothing I've read or heard tells me that there is any more authority that the lead authority will hold over the other authorities. If there is, I would like Mr Valentine or some other officer to tell me what authority they hold over the others. If there is indeed any.
Thank you. The lead authority will host the functions, will provide HR, finance, section 95 officer, etc. And they will also host the project management office.
That was the last question. Point of order, right. Another
Provost,
point of
I would like to understand when we suspended standing orders, because we seem to have totally abandoned them today. We've had questions throughout the comment section at almost every paper, which is not appropriate. So I'd like to understand why we have suspended standing orders.
You might just want to accept the point as noted.
Beg your pardon. Standing orders haven't been suspended, so just that what's the wording again?
I think it's a point that you're asking the council notes, perhaps, and it has been made.
Okay. Right.
Councillor has the opportunity to
Councillor,
sum up.
do you want to sum up?
Thank you. I'd just like to say that I take on board the sentiment that's been expressed by a number of councillors this afternoon. And historically, I have shared that sentiment. But just to refresh the memories of those who were at the meeting where we, of the Joint Committee where we made this decision back in the autumn, I did ask at that point that the lead authority be rotated, and I lost the vote, mainly on the basis of practicality, that to rotate officers, people around the different regions was impractical. The decision on the day, though, was that we would rotate the chair, So the chair will rotate, given the decision that was made of the joint committee. I'd just like to remind members of that. Also, it does concern me that there's some sort of feeling that we're going to lose out. And I would really refute that. And I'm concerned that that notion even goes around. Considering that the people who I know represent this council on the joint committee will do their utmost to assure fairness for all the local authorities involved. And I can assure you that those representing us, P&K, we will lead on things and we will scrutinise as part of the membership of that committee. And I really am concerned that you think that there's some sort of rollover option that Dundee hold over us. And that is not the case. And I'm happy to move the paper as is.
Mr. Barrett, do you want to? No. Okay. So we just go to the vote. Yep.
Thank you, Provost. We're dealing with item 10 on the agenda, the Tay Cities Deal Governance Arrangements Proposed Joint Committee Governance Agreement, Report 1963 by the Deputy Chief Executive. We have a motion by Councillor Lyle, seconded by Councillor Barrett, to agree the recommendations in the report before you. We have an amendment from Councillor Stewart, seconded by Councillor Purvis, which has been circulated to you, which incorporates the comments from Councillor Lang regarding the appropriate scrutiny provision. Can I ask councillors to indicate by roll call vote whether they're voting for the motion or the amendment? Councillor Ahern.
The motion.
Councillor Anderson.
Amendment.
Councillor Bailey.
Amendment.
Councillor Baird.
Motion.
Councillor Barnacle.
Amendment.
Councillor Barrett.
Motion.
Councillor Braun.
Motion.
Councillor Brock. Councillor Audrey Coates.
Motion.
Councillor Harry Coates.
Motion.
Councillor Donaldson.
Amendment.
Councillor Dugan.
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale.
Motion.
Councillor Duff.
Motion.
Councillor Forbes.
Motion.
Councillor Gray.
Motion.
Councillor Illingworth.
Abstain.
Councillor James.
Amendment.
Councillor Jarvis.
Amendment.
Councillor Lang.
Amendment.
Councillor Lyle.
Motion.
Councillor McCall.
Motion.
Councillor McCall.
Amendment.
Councillor McDade.
Amendment.
Councillor McEwen. Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Parrott. Councillor Pover. Councillor Purvis.
Amendment.
Councillor Rebeck. Councillor Reid.
Amendment.
Councillor Robertson. Councillor Sarwar. Councillor Shires. Councillor Simpson.
Motion.
Councillor Stewart.
Amendment.
Councillor Waters.
Amendment.
Councillor Williamson. Councillor Wilson. Provost, I have 19 votes for the motion and 19 votes for the amendment and 1 abstention. In terms of standing orders, Provost, can you confirm your casting vote for the motion or the amendment?
Motion.
The motion is therefore carried.
Right, councillors, let's resume on item 11, the EU exit update. Can I invite Barbara Renton, Executive Director, to introduce the report.
now. Thank you. This report aims to provide reassurance to the Council over the action taken by officers and partners to ensure preparedness at Perth and Kinross level for the implications of the UK exit from the European Union, more commonly known as Brexit. As you are all aware, this is a very complex and constantly changing environment. This creates significant uncertainty in our planning for whatever will become the eventual outcome. Because of the dynamic nature of the situation, there are some recent updates to the report. For example, section 1.3 of the report indicated a further planned parliamentary debate today. However, over the last few days, there have been a series of announcements about when voting may take place in Parliament. This is notwithstanding other motions by individual MPs which have been highlighted in the national media recently and may take place this week. However, given the complexity, we are continuing to make preparations with partners and local and national level across key areas such as supply chains, especially food, fuel and drugs, the workforce, the support for EU nationals living in Perth and Kinross, resilience planning and local business support and advice. A further briefing has been arranged for all elected members on the 7th of March, where more up-to-date information will be shared on the national and local situation. This report highlights the extensive preparatory work and sets out our future planning and preparations in the event of a no-deal exit from the EU. There are a couple, unfortunately, of wrong dates in the report, particularly in the last page, 2 paragraphs of page 419. They should be 2019, not 2018, and apologies for that. I would welcome any questions on the report, which between myself, Keith McNamara and Alison Seggie will do our very best to answer.
Thank you, Barbara. Have you any? Yes, indeed. Councillor McCall. Go. Yeah.
Thank you, Provost. And thank you for the report. It's certainly some progress. I'd like to ask a question about section 2.2 on page 419 and the last bullet point that refers to the Brexit preparedness summary, and in particular about the section on dealing with third sector and private organisations who deliver services on our behalf. I noticed that we're partly prepared, so it's an amber signal there, which is quite worrying, and the particular concern is around the high number of EU nationals in care homes and specialist provision. And the mitigating actions that we're taking partly are evidence gathering, potential workshops and communication. I've asked before at other committees, what is our contingency planning if the communication and the evidence gathering fails to fill the gap in provision that may occur as a consequence of EU nationals either leaving or not being able to work here anymore. And I see nothing at all in this report, and if I missed it, I apologise. But I really think that we need to have some contingency planning for continued either care at home or care in care homes where the services are provided by third-party partners.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Drysdale.
Diane Fraser-Lowe.
Sorry?
Diane Fraser-Lowe.
Oh, Diane. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Losing the will to live here.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we have been working with providers. There's a small number of providers within care at home that we're working with around contingency planning. Within care homes, that's where there's an increased risk, where we are working with our providers to develop contingency plans. Our commissioning and contracts team are working with them on a monthly basis, monitoring the situation and preparing the contingency plans with them.
Supplementary, please.
Yes, surely.
So when might either this council or the relevant committee see some sight of those contingency plans, and what specifically is the council doing to ensure that the continuity of services are delivered to our citizens and that we're not just relying on the third-party partners?
In terms of on behalf, the Health and Social Care Partnership will be preparing those contingency plans and we can share them with you.
You happy with that, Councillor McCall?
Well, I think it would be better to be shared with all councillors. It affects every single ward in this constituency and every single councillor and citizen. So I think, it's not the first time I've asked for this. And so I think it's regrettable that it hasn't come forward with some more specifics around what those contingency plans are and what the council's role might be. So I think if it's going to be shared, please share it with the whole council cohort. Thank you. I think in response to that, we are actively working with the providers. I think the big question mark is, yes, we know that some providers have higher numbers of EU nationals than others, but it is still relatively small. And the bigger question is around what are their intentions post 29th March. So it's not about being glib, but I think we're constantly monitoring. We are aware it's a potential risk, but we actually think the risk is fairly minimal. There are a couple of providers where they do have higher numbers, but we're aware of that and we're working with them actively. Within the council, we only have about 100 employees, so in terms of the percentage of our overall workers, it is very small, and we also believe that most of them are intending to stay and continue to work with us. So again, it's all about relative risk. I could assure you that we are constantly following up conversations and updating our stats around partner providers, etc., and that's something we're actively looking at, but we don't have the detail in terms of that, in terms of what the intentions of those workers are. It's something that we're looking at in terms of the workforce across the council area, and it won't just affect council staff or commission services.
Does that give you some comfort?
None whatsoever, I'm afraid, Provost. You know, I understand that sorry, I keep forgetting to stand. I understand that you're working, and quite rightly, with the partner organisations, but if somebody is reliant on care at home or reliant on care in a care facility, then it's absolutely imperative that this council has some contingency themselves to ensure that that continuity of care takes place. And I have heard nothing at all that indicates that the council is prepared to be able to do something or have some contingency plan if all of these EU nationals, although the risk may be small, if they leave or they haven't applied for the right to remain or it's refused. There's a plethora of instances where our risk might become greater. What is our contingency in those circumstances? I have seen nothing, Provost, to indicate to me that we have really good contingency plans. And quite frankly, if it was my relative or a member even of my constituency or ward rather that was reliant on care at home or care in a care facility, I wouldn't be particularly comforted to know that we're still talking to people and thinking the risk is low, so it's okay.
Can I suggest that perhaps meet up with her?
Yep. We are planning currently a workshop with all our partners, which will include, you know, sort of our care homes, you know, sort of, and we are identifying those risks, you know, sort of, and when we are in a position, and again, as Alison says, we believe that the risk is small, but we can understand the concerns that, you know, sort of you as elected members and members of the community will have, you know, sort of, and we are continuing to mitigate those risks, and I will give you that assurance.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Drysdale. You want to say something?
I do.
I can't hear what you're saying.
Please don't sound so surprised, Provost. Councillor McCall, thank you very much for your question and indeed observations. There's a few things happening. First of all, we have been promoting the EU settlement scheme to all health and social care workers across Perth and Kinross to ensure that they've got the right information on which to base their decisions. Secondly, within Scottish Government, there are groups happening at this moment in time, chaired by ministers, that actually look at contingency plans for health and social care across the country. Thirdly, there are business continuity plans that will kick into place in terms of the staffing arrangements, because I think, Councillor McCall, if I understand you correctly, your main concern is what happens if we don't have staff to provide care across Perth and Kinross. So business continuity planning will kick in, and there is the opportunity there for us to look at different models and different resources to ensure continuity of care for those most vulnerable in our communities. So please be reassured that that will kick in and that will happen. What will happen is the national bodies will be involved in that to ensure that we've got the right staffing complement. We'll be looking at how we actually have staff coming in to work within our care facilities, whether that's staff employed directly by Perth and Kinross, NHS Tayside, or indeed agency support coming in to provide continuity of care. The final thing to say is that NHS Tayside and the 3 local authority chief execs have been in quite a lot of discussion around 4 key areas. The first is staffing, as you would expect. The second is medicines. The third is gases required, and that's gases required in care home provision as well as within the hospital setting, and indeed radioisotopes as well, making sure there's adequate provision across the whole of Tayside. And from my perspective, I'm interested in how that impacts on residents within Perth and Kinross. So please be reassured, staffing is top of our list, and we are looking at contingency plans to kick in should there be concerns about the level of staffing available to deliver high quality, safe and compassionate care.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Chief Executive.
My point, I suppose, is that it isn't in the report, and that sort of information would have been helpful for all of us to understand the full picture. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Drysdale this time.
Third time lucky, thank you. Provost, I'm not surprised at all to note that the Executive Officer team's assessment is that there are significant financial and other risks to the Council and to the wider Council area associated with Brexit, and that much work has been done to prepare for this. It's just as well that the EOT agreed with the SNP's position, as expressed at an earlier Council meeting, that urgent focus on preparations for Brexit were required, while the Tory Lib Dem administration's desire was to procrastinate until matters were clearer at national level. How's that going, by the way? Provost, I am surprised, however, to note that none of the listed future planned actions relate to communication to the wider Council area. Does the Council not see communication with the residents and businesses of Perth and Kinross on such a fundamentally important matter as part of its role in association with the Scottish Government once the position does eventually become clearer?
Thanks, Councillor Drysdale. I'd be quite happy if Councillor Lang was to answer it on my behalf. There's in terms of the preparedness document, there's a point at the end which talks about a communication strategy, Councillor Drysdale, and it's kind of covered in that. I appreciate it's maybe not as detailed as you would have wanted. Also, through work which has been done at COSLA level, there's a lot of questions being asked from the public which would be answered nationally. And the Scottish Government web pages have a lot of information around the types of questions that people would ask. So that would cover off a lot of the issues, I think, which we do need to be communicating with the public on. I appreciate there are some things which might be Perth and Kinross specific. There is a PKC web page around Brexit where there's specific things which are related to Perth and Kinross. We will be putting that onto that, but the vast majority of information around wider communications to the public is being led certainly from a local authority perspective through COSLA and within the Scottish Government web pages.
Thanks, Provost. I'm sorry to harp on about this, but it was back to care at home, etc., and the impact the EU exit would be. I was slightly comforted by what I heard from the Chief Executive, but there's already a crisis in the staffing for care at home and in care homes themselves. So to say it's a small risk, my question really is, out of the outsourced function of care at home, what percentage do these providers have that are EU nationals? Because even if it's 5% when we're already undermanned and not able to provide a service is not a small risk. I would expect the work to have been done already working with these outside providers and we should know exactly what percentage of staff they have that are EU national.
Thank you. Yes, we are working with the providers. I don't have the specific details with me just now, but I can certainly provide them with you.
Thank you. Could you give me an estimate, even within a range of 5%, please?
So the EU nationals that we know of across care at home and care homes around 250.
So we're 250, and even if we take, say, 20% go away, that's 50 more vacancies, and we don't have enough people at the moment.
Chief Executive.
Councillor Lang, my understanding is that of the number of staff that Perth and Kinross Council have, which is around 4,500 full-time equivalents, of that 250 are deemed to be EU nationals.
was how many EU nationals were actually providing the service that we're subcontracting for care at home. So that's the figure I'm looking for.
Yes, the 250 is of those that we are commissioning.
So what is our contingency planning to say even if 20% of them leave when we're already undermanned and not able to provide services?
Thank you.
Councillor Anderson's been waiting.
Yeah, I've got Councillor Coates. Councillor Harry Coates first.
Out with the care industry, which I appreciate will probably be a big problem, what steps are being taken to mitigate the impact that there will inevitably be on the agriculture industry? Because we do rely on a lot of, EU labour across the whole farming industry.
Thank you for the question. That is a concern for us. We have been speaking to some of the farmers in our area, and we know that they are concerned. However, there is very little we can do other than to support their lobbying of the government in terms of opening up the scheme that they've set at a ridiculous level of something like 2,500, I think it was, into the UK, is what what they're suggesting, and that will not be enough to support them going forward. We know it is an issue. Unfortunately, there's not a lot we can do at Perth Kinross level.
Okay, Councillor Rebick.
Thank you, Provost. I will ask a question. I'm going to preface it very briefly with a note of sympathy for our senior officers, however, who are very, very good. In terms of Brexit preparation, they're not that good because, frankly, nobody can be that good. But my question is around Councillor McColl's point in terms of care recruitment, and is it not the case that the bigger risk is future recruitment rather than the current level of EU employees?
The work that we're doing with the providers, we have highlighted there is a small number of EU nationals that, as we said earlier, we are working with. We'll support them through the application, or the providers will support them through the application. But we have seen a significant reduction in the number of providers actually recruiting EU nationals in Perth and Kinross.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Provost. I'm going to flip this a little because most of the emphasis has been on EU nationals leaving. But there could be a situation where we get British nationals returning from Europe, and most of these people have retired out there. Now, I'm not saying they will be quite requiring care home positions, but I'm quite sure they will be requiring some sort of care, because a lot of these people go out there because of the weather, because the climate here is not so good for some of their health problems. Have we built this into any forward planning about how much additional carers we might require for these people?
Thank you for the question. That is something that both the UK Government and Scottish Government have identified in their planning assumptions as a potential risk. However, the recent figure we got from Scottish Government was an estimate of around 17,500 returning to Scotland, which seems a large number, but it's really just an estimate at this moment. It is something that has been discussed at an NHS and Integrated Health Board in terms of it may put additional strain on the services. It's just something we need to monitor.
Can I just ask, has there been any provision in our plans for that?
It's something that's on our risk radar. As I say, we've been going around speaking to services and the IGB around planning for this, and that's something we're actively looking at.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Duff, and I'm going to take two more after that, and then we'll move on. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Provost.
Since 2018, local authorities in England and Wales have received £56.5 million from the UK Parliament to prepare for our exit from the EU. I'm aware that the baronet consequences of that arrangement have delivered £92.3 million to the Scottish Government in the last year. My question's for Mr Mackenzie, therefore. I wonder if he can advise us how much of that £92 million has been passed to this local authority to assist with our preparations for exiting the European Union.
Thank you, Councillor. I can't quote on the figures that you're referencing directly, but the Council has received no additional funding.
Just for clarity, there was no additional funding from the £92 million.
Can I add a little bit to that? I think that there's no additional funding yet. I think that the discussions with Solace and COSLA going forward, but I think it's important that we clarify that. You know, sort of that we are, you know, sort of, there is the potential of funding coming for every local authority in Scotland.
Thank you for that, Barbara. Councillor Barrett, have you got your supplementary, Councillor?
Just to follow up on that, it's my understanding that 37.3 million of that, I think, was received in March of last year. And just a comment that it's taken a wee while to pass that on then. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Barrett.
Thanks, Provost. I don't know what it's worth, but Derek Mackay told me that he'd put that money in the settlement already, so I think it's a case of now you see it, now you don't. I wanted to ask a question, and that was probably of the Deputy Director of the Environment Service, and that is to ask what is being done to enhance the provision of information and information supports on the Council's website to make it much more readily accessible by members of EU national communities.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Barrett. Yeah, as you're aware, there's been email correspondence between yourself and myself in relation to that matter. The information is available on various EU languages. I think there is an issue around accessibility. I think the general feeling is when people look for things, they kind of put in usually do some sort of Google search as opposed to going onto the council website per se, but a small percentage, I think about 18% of people will go onto pkc.gov.uk directly. So we want to enhance that in terms of your suggestions around putting it into our A to Z and on the front page of the web pages. It is also more about than web pages, because obviously not everybody has access to the web. So we are engaging with EU nationals, as you know yourself, having been involved in an event for EU nationals on the 14th of February, which over 100 people attended, and through our Community Equality Advisory Group and various equality forums, we will be engaging with that wider cohort of individuals. And in fact, there's a meeting on Friday, which is a wash-up from the meeting of the 14th of February, and also a discussion around what the next steps is in terms of getting that message out. So there's a web-based solution, but there's also a face-to-face and other mechanisms as well.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson, this is the last one.
Thank you, Provost. First of all, can I just say I think it's unfortunate that certain councillors seem apt to take a pop at the Scottish Government, when I think the position of the Scottish Government on Brexit is abundantly and utterly clear, unlike that of certain other parties in this council. But I want to ask just a serious point, because we've discussed a number of serious issues. I do thank the Chief Executive for her responses on the issue of carers. That's immensely important. I do thank also the comments of Councillor Coates to the position in agriculture, and he's absolutely right. But what I want to ask is on business, because there are, in particular, there's two major employers in our council area, that's SSE, and in particular Aviva. And Aviva has itself a very strong presence in Europe, had great hopes to be able to build up its financial products in the European single market. That's probably now gone. What I want to ask is, have either senior council officers or senior members, senior councils, actually met with representatives in terms of their preparedness for Brexit, met with representatives from either SSE or from Aviva. Clearly, any such discussions would be confidential, but I think they would have a major input into our understanding what might be about to happen.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Donaldson. We continue to meet with major employers across the area. Scottish Enterprise have also been meeting with employers through their networks. So we are linked in through the Development Board, etc. So regular discussions with industry and others.
Thank you. Right, I think we'll move now, Councillor Lyle, to move the report.
Provost, really just before I begin to move the report, one or two comments given the discussion that's gone on before. And hopefully you'll bear with me. Last week at COSLA, or through COSLA, we were informed that Mr. Derek Mackay, Cabinet Secretary, had indicated that the £50 million allocated was part of the budget settlement and the money was not to be forthcoming in the future. As far as the potential amendment that I could see coming to this area, I have already written to the UK government encouraging a relaxation of their inward migration policy and highlighting the potential consequences to our labour supply across Perth and Kinross. As for Councillor McCall's comments earlier about lack of preparedness, this was discussed again at COSLA last Friday at some length, and the response from the Scottish Government has been quite clear that they will roll out plans as and when they deem it required. So there are what is going on in the background, but as far as making plans more public, they have said they have plans, but they will not roll them out until they feel they're required. So that's just as a point of information before I move the paper to members. As the report highlights, it's a very complex and constantly changing environment. I'm sure we will be watching closely what happens at Westminster and Brussels this afternoon and over the coming days, and working through the implications for Perth and Kinross. The Council needs to be flexible, needs to be resilient. We have to deal with changing circumstances, and this applies to all facets of care and business. The implications of the EU exit, particularly under a no-deal scenario, would be very challenging for this Council area. As key parts of our preparations, we will seek to ensure the continuity of our activities. We seek to support EU nationals in our workforce, to help local businesses and their workforces, to work with our resilience partners across Tayside, to ensure that we are as prepared as we can be, and to promote the message that EU nationals are welcome in Perth and Kinross. I'm happy to move the report.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Provost. I think there is finally some light at the end of the Brexit tunnel. Yesterday, for the first time at Westminster, Parliament identified a route map to avoid a hard Brexit. A meaningful vote on the 12th of March, followed by a vote against no deal on the 13th, followed by a vote on the 14th to delay Article 50. All we need then is for the people's vote that this Council called for before Christmas, and we may well be able to rescue our country from an exit from Brexit. Provost, one item missing from the comprehensive list of key actions and activities to date was the EU Settlement Scheme information event and workshops, which were organised on the 14th of February by the PCAV's Minority Communities Hub. I chaired that event at the North Inch Community Campus, and I think Councillor Parrott, who was also in attendance, would agree that it was a valuable event attended by over 100 EU and other nationals, with advisors from the Home Office, the Ethnic Minority Law Centre, the Citizens Advice Bureau, COSLA's Migration Unit and PCAVs themselves. There is a lot of deeply felt concerns and anxieties amongst community members, and there is an urgent need to support those community members to apply for the settled and pre-settled status, and also to clarify other rights to reside in the UK, which won't change under this. and I'm happy to second this, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Are there any comments? Councillor Parrott.
Thank you, Provost. I refer to paragraph 1.2. I have to admit a little surprise in this day and age to see the word expat used. I associate that with an era of dominions and colonies. At the moment, UK citizens moving around the EU are just expressing rights they have. They are residents in these countries. They're neither migrants nor immigrants. After the 29th of March, they will become migrants from here, perhaps, and immigrants to somewhere else. But I think the use of the word expat these days is not appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Dugan.
Thank you very much, Provost, and thank you very much to officers for the preparation of this report. Mrs Renton spoke to the briefings that have been taking place within the Council to elected members, and I think those of us who have attended these have found them to be exceptionally beneficial and to as great as an extent as is possible some reassurance over the awareness and preparedness of officers of this Council in trying to accommodate the fallout from Brexit. Just as a clarity, Councillor Parrott's detailed the need for a rescue from an exit from Brexit. I just want to get rescued from Brexit rather than the exit of Brexit. But moving on, the paper speaks to the East of Scotland European Consortium and makes reference to that particularly accurately. One of the things that I would make a plea for, and if colleagues at the end of the chamber could just bear with me, this is not a political point. I think the issues around Brexit transcend both governments in Scotland and both civil services and both parliaments, and it's quite important that we understand exactly what preparations and information we're talking about. And the paper gets off to a good start but then goes back into talking about the parliament and the government, and I think we just need to tighten that up a little bit as the discussions around Brexit become ever more critical the closer we come to the actual deed. Provost, I appreciate what the mover, the leader of the council rather, has said in terms of his actions in contacting the UK government, and I'm sure that he's achieved a measure of purchase there. Nevertheless, getting back to the East of Scotland European Consortium, this represents 7 councils across Scotland and 1.2 million citizens of Scotland, at 22% of our country's population. The ambitions of other consortia in Scotland are a matter for them, but I would like to give the other councils in our consortium an opportunity to hear directly from the Secretary of State for Scotland on this very important issue and constitutional junction in our country's future. Therefore, if I could ask, I know the hour is late, Provost, I could ask the mover of the amendment, despite his clarity, to accept a request that I have that the Secretary of State for Scotland convenes a meeting within the geographical area of the East of Scotland European Consortium to hear from councils, the 7 councils in our consortium, and to share with us the very latest information that the UK government has with regard to Brexit and our leaving the European Union. I'm very hopeful that can be accepted. I have no wish to move to a vote, but I will.
Do you want to discuss this with them later, or do you want to discuss it here? Or make a comment?
I will certainly, depending on the Secretary of State's diary, I will certainly make the request. Happy to do that. I'm equally to give Councillor Dugan an assurance that I'm with other members of the Scottish Cities Alliance, meeting with the Scottish Government later this month to discuss exactly the same issues.
Happy with that, Councillor Dugan?
Provost, I can't ask any more from the Leader of the Council than that, and I'm certain that the Secretary of State's diary, for Scotland's diary, will find room for the ambitions and concerns of 1.2 million Scots.
Thank you. Can we agree the report? Item 12, Scottish Government consultation of prisoner voting. Deputy Provost is going to take this one.
Okay, good afternoon again. The Scottish Government consultation on prisoner voting,
I'd invite Karen Reid, the Chief Executive, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Councillors, the first thing to say in terms of the background of this report that's in front of you this afternoon is this is a consultation response. So the Scottish Government's consultation closes on the 8th of March 2019. At this moment in time, there is currently a ban on convicted prisoners voting in all elections in the UK, irrespective of the length of their sentence. The European Court of Human Rights found that this blanket ban breached Article 3, Protocol 1 of the EU Convention of Human Rights. And that prompted the Scottish Government to bring forward both this consultation and potential legislation on the franchise for Scottish Parliament and local government elections. An important point for you to note is that the responsibility for local government elections was devolved to Scottish Government under the Scotland Act 2016. So the consultation itself is around proposals to limit voting rights to prisoners according to the length of sentence and practical issues associated with giving some prisoners the right to vote. So the response in front of you proposes that we limit voting to prisoners according to the length of their sentence and suggests that this should be set at 12 months, and makes comment on the importance of robust arrangements around the place of ordinary residence, particularly as we have 2 prisons within the Perth and Kinross area. So the recommendations within this report are to note the impending changes to the entitlement for some prisoners to vote in Scottish Parliament and local government elections, and to approve the proposed response to the consultation at Appendix 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions on the report? Councillor McDade.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I would like to understand why we have an officer recommendation for this response, given that normally for matters of, I would count this as a conscience matter, don't normally have officer recommendations.
I think in this instance, Councillor, it was felt appropriate because of the range of options to make a proposal in the report. Supplementary?
Could I suggest in future perhaps it would be appropriate to set out a range of options then?
There will no doubt be a range of options available to us during the debate. Councillor Parrott.
Is it possible for me to put forward my amendment at the moment?
Not yet, because we're just on questions.
Sorry?
Hold your horses just a wee while. Are there any other questions? Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Would if prisoners under 1-year sentence, will people standing for election be able to contact them? Will they be on the electoral register, and will we have addresses for them?
The address might not be too difficult, but...
Yes, sorry. Yes, but...
to Edinburgh Road.
Yes, I know.
It's in Councillor...
I presume that each prisoner will have a ward within Perth and Kinross that they're attached to, so it's knowing that.
I don't think so. There'll be several detailed issues about this. It's a perfectly serious question, and I apologise for my light-hearted remark, but we need to introduce a wee bit of gentleness into the proceeding. Does anybody know an answer to that point? Jackie.
I think it might be helpful to note that prisoners seeking to exercise their right to vote would have to apply for a postal vote, so therefore they would have to declare an interest and seek permission to vote in that way.
Sorry, I'm just aware that some parties, especially parties to my left and right, bombard people with electoral material. And it's just knowing that they'll be able to send all this stuff to...
Be careful, Councillor Robertson. You're skating on thin ice, right?
They'll be able to send all this stuff to the potential voters.
I'm sure that there'll be arrangements appropriate to that. Are there any other questions on the report? Okay, thank you. Sorry.
My question actually follows on from Councillor Robertson.
I've actually dealt in the NHS with patients who are in the prison, and they obviously get their healthcare treatment there. And that healthcare treatment actually is then costed to their original health board. Because in our Perth prison down the road there, not all the prisoners there will actually be residents of Perth and Kinross on their release. They will actually come from different parts of Scotland, and there may be different reasons why they're housed here or not. So the answer to that question might be a lot more complicated than what we've
Well, that was an answer rather than a question, but we'll allow that. Chief Executive.
Councillor McEwan, thank you. Your point is important, and what we're looking to do is that our response would highlight the importance of prisoner voting being effectively their postal votes coming from the area that they were normally resident in prior to going into the prison population.
Do I see any other hands up for asking a question? Councillor Barnacle.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. Paragraph 1.2, no, 1.3 uses the expression UK's blanket ban on convicted prisoners voting in elections being in breach of ECHR. And yet, in the above paragraph 1.2, there are exceptions. Civil prisoners, prisoners held on remand, prisoners released on parole or home detention. So it's not a blanket ban, is it? That's inaccurate.
Jackie, do you want to comment on that?
I think within the Scottish Government's consultation document, it explains the difference there, because the prisoners who are in prison for non-payment of fines would not necessarily be considered as a convicted prisoner. It's because they have failed to pay fines. So there's actually a difference in the definition there. And prisoners on remand have yet to be convicted in court.
Are there any other questions? Can we move then? No? Can we move then to moving the paper? Councillor Lyle.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. The Scottish Government is consulting on a proposal for insurance complying with the European Convention of Human Rights on the matter of prisoners voting in the Scottish Parliament and local government elections. The proposal is to allow only those prisoners sentenced to short sentences to vote. The Scottish Government's view is that it is not appropriate to give all prisoners the right to vote. The consultation does not seek views on whether prisoners should have the right to vote. That is a given in order to comply with human rights legislation. The consultation seeks only in relation to what the appropriate length of sentence should be to preclude the right to vote, and some consideration about the practicalities surrounding this. As a local authority with 2 prisons within its boundaries, the Open Estate at Castle Huntly and HM Perth, it is appropriate that this council expresses a view. The proposed response is to suggest that the right to vote should be limited to prisoners with sentences of 12 months or less, and to emphasise the importance of establishing the prisoner's ordinary residence at the commencement of their sentence, in order that prisoners may only vote within the area which they came from and which hopefully they will return. Happy to move the report.
Thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'm happy to second the motion to give prisoners serving sentences of 1 year or less the vote and the recommendations of this report. The report is comprehensive. It illustrates how out of step we are as a country and among Western and European democracies by operating a blanket ban on prisoner voting. I would be very concerned about granting the judiciary powers to impose removal of prisoners' rights to vote, and I'm relieved that the proposals find no support amongst Scottish High Court judges. The length of sentence is a measure of the severity of the crime which has been committed, and it is therefore sensible to use this when setting the threshold on prisoners voting. Time spent in prison and our prison system needs to be much more focused on reducing reoffending, on rehabilitation and on successful reintroduction of ex-prisoners back into society to be more active and engaged citizens, and participating in elections can only assist that process. I'm happy to second.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Parrott, you gave us earlier indication you had an amendment. Would you like to speak to it, please, and
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. I'm sorry for firing from the hip earlier on.
That's okay.
If you'd like to circulate my amendment, and whilst that's being done, I'll speak if I may. I put forward this amendment much as a matter of conscience, not as a political matter. Previously, I've sat as member of court-martial panels and have shared responsibility for sentencing individuals, some of them to very long terms of imprisonment. I've also individually held the responsibility of sentencing individuals through summary procedures to shorter terms of detention. I assure you the responsibility forces one to consider the matters carefully. A good friend and colleague of mine was the commanding officer of the Military Corrective Training Centre. In more normal parliaments, he was the prison governor. And I've shared a number of good conversations with him on the nature of crime, punishment, and the purpose of prison. I don't put forward this amendment in any sense of soft-heartedness. I could think of a small line of people who would stand ready at the door to counter any suggestion that I'm soft-hearted. But the punishment to me is the loss of liberty and what that of necessity also entails. Going beyond what is necessary, I believe, does not so much punish the individual, but actually punishes society once that individual rejoins society. And bar very few people, I think we have to be conscious that nearly everyone in prison will rejoin society, and we need to try and make sure that they are as useful members of society as possible. I believe that the proposal that we have for, if you like, a year period is minimal, and frankly, in the way that the Scottish Government is moving away from very short sentences, is actually almost useless and might lead in future to further legal challenge as to whether we've actually made any substantive move to accommodate what the law requires. In proposing a figure of 5 years, in other words, people sentenced to a term of 5 years or less at a sheriff court, or those who are sentenced to a longer term in the High Court and then actually reach a point where they might expect to serve no more than 5 years longer and then have voting rights then, I think that without any damage to our outside society, gives those individuals the opportunity to re-engage with the society that they will one day rejoin. And actually, at the 5-year point, those individuals would become involved in elections which they actually will participate in the society that election produced elected representatives for. Those terms, that people will be serving their terms when they come out of prison. So basically, what my proposal, I think, is saying is that anyone sentenced by a sheriff court would retain their rights to vote, and anyone sentenced to a longer term by the High Court would resume voting rights when they got to a period, a point at which it was expected they would serve no more than 5 years. I don't believe we add anything to the punishment of individuals by taking away their voting rights. I believe actually we add to the problems that society faces further down the line if we take away more from them than is absolutely necessary. I don't dispute that many of these people have committed heinous crimes, but given that we expect them to rejoin our communities, I think that has to feature very largely in our treatment of them. I fully support, in our terms of our local context, robustness in terms of defining which constituency people vote in if they vote at all. I don't think we should want our electorates in Perth and Kinross skewed by the two large prisons we have. But there are circumstances where you can be registered in a constituency without living there, and to me that's an administrative matter that that can be handled in due course. However, I put this forward having thought about these matters over the years at some length, and I commend this amendment to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you a seconder? Councillor Rabbit.
Thank you, Vice Provost. In prison, there has to be a balance between punishment and rehabilitation. I believe rehabilitation is not necessarily a moral issue for me. It's about practicalities in that it makes reoffending less likely, and that's got to be a good thing for us all. This amendment is important in its message to prisoners that a second chance in life is desirable both for the prisoner and indeed for society at large, and I would second this amendment.
Thank you. Have we any further amendment?
I also have an amendment, Deputy
Councillor
Provost.
Purvis, would you like to have that distributed,
yes,
please?
please, if committee services could distribute it.
Deputy Provost, I wonder while that's happening, if I might raise an unrelated point of order. I hope it's a point of order. I know Councillor Barrett gets very exercised about whether it's a point of order or not. But
we'll know when we hear it.
Yes, indeed so. The running order makes reference to the seconder for this particular item as being Councillor Ahern. Instead, we had to listen to Councillor Barrett again, and I think most of us in this chamber understand Councillor Ahern's background. I think we'd all have liked to listen to Councillor Ahern. So can I ask why there was a deviation from that, please, Deputy Provost?
I'm sure there will be an opportunity for Councillor Ahern to speak in the debate.
And why the change?
I think that was subject to discussion in the administration, and that was a decision taken after the papers were printed.
Thank you.
We'll give an opportunity to read both of these amendments. If you like to resume your seat for a moment, Councillor Purvis, we'll just let folk absorb the amendment that you've put forward. Okay, has everybody had the opportunity to read the second amendment as well as the first one?
Could I have a point of order, please? It's probably possibly a legal matter for Mr Fogg to actually suggest that this second amendment, the Scottish Government has introduced this legislation after legal decision by the European courts that it has to do this. And so how can we put an amendment forward of an opinion that then is actually illegal?
Councillor, I'm about to ask our legal officers and Chief Executive if both of these amendments are competent. Mr Fogg.
Deputy Provost, I'm quite clear that Councillor Parrott's First Amendment is competent. I did look, I had the benefit of some prior notice of Councillor Purvis's proposed motion or proposed amendment, and I was grateful for that. And I did have some difficulty with it because my first assessment was that it was commending an approach to Scottish Government which was not compliant with the Convention rights as interpreted by the courts. However, I am mindful that this is a debate on a consultation response. Councillor Purvis drew my attention to a newspaper article which recently published, which appears to indicate that the UK's proposed approach is compliant and satisfies the Council of Europe, something I had not been aware of. I thought the whole point of this change was the proposals were needed to bring us in compliance with Convention rights, but in the limited time that I've had this morning, I won't go so far as to say that this couldn't be done as a competent amendment. I think there's a lot of latitude must be given to the Council as what it chose to commend to the Scottish Government. But I do have some misgivings as to whether, if this was to prevail and be adopted by the Scottish Government, whether it would subsequently satisfy the European Court.
Thank you. Chief Executive.
Thank you. If I can just follow on from Mr Fogg, in terms of the Council decision, my understanding is it struck a deal with the UK Government. However, we must remember that the Scotland Act 2016 devolved local government elections to actually the Scottish Government.
Well, first of all, I'm going to technically ask if I'll give a view on that in a moment. Have you a seconder, Councillor Purvis? Okay, right. I think that in view of the advice we've received from a legal officer, there are doubts on this, that the amendment, the second amendment, is marginal as far as competence is concerned. And the brief remarks by the Chief Executive has added to my doubts. And therefore, as the acting convener, I'm going to declare that this amendment is not competent and therefore should not be considered by the Council.
Could I ask...
I'm sorry, I've made a decision on that.
Could I ask Deputy Provost... no, I'm sorry. Could I ask
Councillor
Deputy Provost
Purvis,
that we take the opportunity... Could I request a recess, please, to see if we can have, if that is your ruling, an amendment that would be competent?
It's custom and practice when the Provost or acting Provost stands up, everybody else sits down. Okay. Thank you. I have sought advice on the matter. The matter has been validly raised by members of the Council. I've asked for advice on it. I've listened carefully to that advice and I've taken the opportunity to think carefully about it. I've made a decision that, in my opinion, this amendment is not competent, given the explanation we've had from our legal advisor and from our Chief Executive. That is my decision.
Deputy Provost, I'm sorry. I think it would be advisable, given the importance of this, that we do have a recess. 5-minute recess.
Provost,
I've taken advice from.
Okay. In view of the Provost's remarks, there will be a short 5-minute recess. Ladies and gentlemen, can we resume our seats, please? Thank you. The recess has offered the opportunity for discussion and consultation on the matter, both with the Chief Executive and our legal advisor and the Provost. And if you can look at the second amendment again, in the second last paragraph, and the mover of the amendment and the seconder will no doubt refer to this in early course, the last line on the words, and notes that this approach has satisfied the Council of Europe, as with the agreement of the mover and I think the seconder has proposed that that be deleted. Now, the second last paragraph of the amendment, Councillor Barrett, the words, and notes that this approach has satisfied the Council of Europe. I'm now advised by our legal advisor and the Chief Executive that the removal of these words does make the amendment competent, and I therefore propose that we accept the amendment for debate, and the debate will now proceed. Councillor Purvis.
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and thank you for the recess to clarify that point. As the Chief Executive has mentioned, the Scotland Act 2016 devolved powers over the franchise for local government and Holyrood elections to the Scottish Parliament. As part of its 2018-19 programme for government, the Scottish Government announced that it would seek to bring forward an electoral franchise bill, and the consultation to which we are asked to respond is part of the process of informing the contents of that bill. The electoral disenfranchisement of prisoners has always been a controversial and much debated topic, where the principle is seen by many as a more important consideration than the practicalities. We live in a modern, liberal, democratic society, and as such are bound by a social contract. While we enjoy many freedoms in this country, we collectively agree that in order to protect those freedoms, there must be some restrictions on what we do. The laws of our country stop individuals from robbing these freedoms from others, and shaping those laws is a great responsibility for us all. To break those laws is to break this social contract and to undermine the very foundations on which our society is built. Such actions must have consequences. We must question whether it is right for those who have broken our laws to have a role in shaping them. I think it is a fair and reasonable response that those who are convicted of a crime severe enough to warrant a prison sentence should not be allowed to vote for the duration of that custodial sentence. As part of this consultation on the possibility of allowing prisoners to vote in Scotland, it has been suggested that this is required to comply with the ruling of the European Court of Human Rights, as we've had some discussion on. The extension of the franchise to all prisoners serving a certain length of custodial sentence has not been deemed necessary to comply with the ruling in terms of the UK government's approach. They have taken a far more limited approach in order to comply. It has allowed a very small number of prisoners to vote in certain circumstances, such as those in remand, those in contempt of court, those who have defaulted on paying fines, and those released on temporary licence, while upholding the UK's long-standing opposition to allowing prisoners serving regular custodial sentences the right to vote. The Council of Europe, towards the end of 2017, indicated that they were willing to accept this approach, but as has been noted, this is now a matter for the Scottish Government to determine for local government elections and Holyrood elections in Scotland. Moreover, the Scottish Government plans to extend the presumption against custodial sentences to those less than 12 months. Those receiving a short community sentence will, of course, continue to have the right to vote. But the proposed changes mean that those continuing to receive shorter sentences in prison will be deemed by judges as not being able to be rehabilitated in the community for the duration of their sentence. And as such, I would contest that they should not be allowed to shape our laws for that period of time. And I have not even covered many of the practical problems that present themselves with such a proposal, as has been alluded to by members in the questioning earlier. Moreover, it will be an extremely costly exercise to extend the franchise for a relatively small group of people. Therefore, this amendment seeks to reject the proposed response set out in Appendix 2 of Paper 12 and to make the Council's position one of opposition to the extension of the franchise to prisoners. In conclusion, Deputy Provost, the temporary suspension of the voting rights of those serving a custodial sentences is, I believe, a reasonable and proportionate response to their breach of our social contract, and I'm happy to propose the amendment in my name. Thank you.
Thank you. And the seconder, Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. The situation before us arises partly because of Holyrood.
Thank you. Now we've had the motion and 2 amendments proposed. Are there any contributions to the debate? Councillor Lang.
First, Councillor Fogg, sorry Jeff, insulting you there. Is it correct that if you're jailed for up to a year, you can continue as an MP? And how long?
Hang on a moment. We've had the point of questions. I think we're now on to debate.
Well, this was clarity arising from the...
So, as arising from the presentation of the amendments,
yes.
You wish clarity?
Yes, because we're talking about... Yeah.
That is indeed my understanding, that you have to be receive a custodial sentence in excess of a year to lose your right to sit in the Westminster Parliament.
Okay, and... while I have some sympathy with Councillor Purvis's statement, I draw the line at when you start putting a price on democracy and saying that people should not be included on the grounds of how much it's going to cost to allow them to vote.
Thank you. Councillor Braun.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I was debating whether to speak at all on this because, as some of my colleagues know, I'm somewhat to the right on questions relating to law and order. This is obviously an emotive subject for all, and I take on board what Councillor Parrott said, but I'm afraid I can't agree with him. My concerns here are, once again, that we are concerning ourselves with the rights of criminals rather than the rights of victims. Nobody's mentioned anything about the victims of crime at all. This is about the rights of criminals yet again. And it's the victims who have suffered at the hands of those criminals. I appreciate that the number of potential voters based on the proposal will be relatively low, but it is the principle that is important here. When a person is sent to prison as a result of a crime they have committed, the sentence, it makes no difference whether it is 6 months, 6 years, or 60 years. The sentence there is a punishment for that crime. The retribution is imposed by our society for transgressing the laws of our society. And it should also be severe enough to act as a deterrent to the next person who considers breaking the law. Rehabilitation has been mentioned, and that is important, but it is not the top of the list. In being incarcerated, the prisoner has left the people of the community. Effectively, they are no longer part of society for the duration of their sentence, just for the duration. And as such, the rights that we enjoy as law-abiding citizens living in that society should not apply to them. They've lost the right to free movement, and they should also lose their right to vote. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor McEwen.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. What I've heard in comments is fundamentalism. It's a UK government approach. It's demonstrating how the Tories still don't accept devolution don't accept Scottish law, don't accept the Scottish country doing things differently. What I hear is Tory talking about morals, moral code. They're the most immoral part of our democracy is the Tory party. Right? And the way, and the
Councillor McEwen. Councillor McEwen.
Yes, sir.
I think we're having a serious debate about a serious subject.
So universal credit.
Let's
disabled people
Councillor
on the
McEwen.
street is not.
Councillor McEwen,
Yes,
would you
sir.
stick to the subject matter in hand, please, and speak to the paper?
I shall. I mentioned earlier that I have treated patients in the hospital as part of the NHS. I've written prescriptions for patients with hepatitis C who have been thwarted with drug addiction and all these other social problems that are exerted by Tory governments. And these people need help in their lives. They need confidence that the society actually does support them and does want them to get better. That society hasn't cast them aside in the gutter and left them to carry on making poor decisions. I have had conversations with patients who have turned around and said that the investment in them by the NHS to treat their hepatitis C and cure it is the only positive thing that society had ever done for them. This is an example of another positive thing society can do for these people to help these people. I am ashamed that there are people in this chamber who cannot see that.
Are there any other contributions to the debate? Councillor Barnacle.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Provost. Before the Second Amendment was deemed competent, and before I was about to leave actually, because I agree with Councillor Braun and the movers of the Second Amendment, and I agree with the UK government's position on this. Just because you endorse devolution, as I did, doesn't mean that you have to be different all the time. There's a tendency to want to be different, and I think there's very cogent reasons, which have been explained by others, why the existing arrangement that the UK government has could be replicated in Scotland. It is not a blanket ban, and the report points that out. Thank you.
Councillor Braun, could you put your microphone off, please, for a moment? Are there any other contributions to the debate? Councillor Shires.
Deputy Provost, I just wanted to take issue with the comments that Councillor McEwen asked, and asked that he might consider withdrawing them because they were actually quite offensive to some of us in the chamber, to to take a big political issue and direct it directly at this side of the chamber.
Councillor McEwen, would you wish to respond to that?
I stand by every single word and syllable I said.
I think that's an unfortunate response, sir. I think you may well have valid points to make, and they're made sincerely, but the use of some of the terminology that you did engage in, I regret as the acting convener at the moment, and I think the validity of your marks would have been enhanced by missing them out. Now, are there any other comments on the report? Okay, Councillor Lyle. Summing up.
Thank you very much. I waive the right to sum up.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote.
Thank you. We're dealing with item 12 on the agenda, report by the Chief Executive, Scottish Government consultation on prisoner voting, number 1965. We have a motion by Councillor Lyle, seconded by Councillor Barrett, to approve the recommendations of the report. We have a first amendment from Councillor Parrott, seconded by Councillor Rebeck, the terms of which have been circulated to you. We have a second amendment from Councillor Purvis, seconded by Councillor Stewart, the terms of which have also been circulated, with the slight change to the last sentence of the second last paragraph as indicated. In terms of standing orders, the first amendment will be put against the second amendment, and the successful amendment will then be put against the motion. So can I first ask councillors to vote, indicate whether they are voting for the First Amendment or the Second Amendment? Councillor Ahern.
I'm abstaining.
Councillor Anderson.
First Amendment.
Councillor Bailey.
First Amendment.
Councillor Baird. Councillor Barnacle.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Barrett.
First Amendment.
Councillor Braun.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Brock. Councillor Audrey Coates.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Harry Coates.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Donaldson.
First Amendment.
Councillor Dugan.
First Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale.
First Amendment.
Councillor Duff.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Forbes.
First Amendment.
Councillor Gray.
First Amendment.
Councillor Illingworth.
Second Amendment.
Councillor James.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Jarvis.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Lane.
First Amendment.
Councillor Lyle. Councillor McCall.
Abstain.
Councillor McCall.
First Amendment.
Councillor McDade.
Second Amendment.
Councillor McEwen.
First Amendment.
Provost.
Abstain.
Councillor Parrott. Councillor Pover. Councillor Purvis.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Rebeck.
First Amendment.
Councillor Reid.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Robertson. Councillor Shires. Councillor Simpson.
Abstain.
Councillor Stewart.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Waters.
First Amendment.
Councillor Williamson.
First Amendment.
Councillor Wilson.
First Amendment.
Provost, I'm really sorry, I voted incorrectly. Would it be possible to change my vote?
I think it's a no, isn't it? It's a no.
Point of order, Deputy Provost. There's a precedent for changing a vote. It's happened before in this chamber.
And while the officers are counting the votes, Councillor Barnacle, once the vote has been completed, on this occasion the vote was completed when I cast my vote. On that previous occasion, which I have a vivid memory of, somebody changed their mind in mid-flow, and that was allowed.
I think I have to say I agree with Deputy. The vote had finished. If it was before it was finished, it would be acceptable.
Provost, I therefore have 17 votes for the First Amendment, 15 votes for the Second Amendment and 6 abstentions. The First Amendment is therefore successful and will now be put against the motion. Can I ask councillors to...
I'm sorry, Deputy Provost, could I raise a point of order as well, please, before we go into the next vote?
Indeed.
I'm sorry to delay things.
Provided it's valid and brief.
I hope so, yep. It's my understanding, in fact, it's my knowledge that Councillor Reid wasn't present for the whole debate. I'm unclear as to whether he voted in this previous vote, but I would ask for your reassurance that he won't take part in this coming vote.
I'm advised by our legal advisor that since this is not a quasi-judicial issue, the presence in the room for the vote is sufficient. Okay. Thank you for raising the matter. Now, can we now proceed to the second vote?
Councillors, can you indicate now whether you're voting for the motion or the amendment? Councillor Ahern.
Motion.
Councillor Anderson.
Amendment.
Councillor Bailey.
Amendment.
Councillor Baird. Councillor Barnacle. Councillor Barrett.
Motion.
Councillor Braun.
Abstain.
Councillor Brock. Councillor Audrey Coates.
Motion.
Councillor Harry Coates.
Abstain.
Councillor Donaldson.
Motion.
Councillor Dugan.
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale.
Amendment.
Councillor Duff.
Motion.
Councillor Forbes. Councillor Gray.
Amendment.
Councillor Illingworth.
Motion.
Councillor James.
Motion.
Councillor Jarvis.
Abstain.
Councillor Lane.
Motion.
Councillor Lyle. Councillor McCall. Councillor McCall.
Amendment.
Councillor McDade.
Motion.
Councillor McEwen. Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Parrott. Councillor Pover. Councillor Purvis.
Abstain.
Councillor Rebeck. Councillor Reid.
Motion.
Councillor Robertson. Councillor Shires. Councillor Simpson.
Motion.
Councillor Stewart.
No vote. Abstain.
Councillor Waters.
Amendment.
Councillor Williamson. Councillor Wilson. We have 18 votes for the motion, 12 votes for the amendment and 8 abstentions, so the motion is therefore carried.
Could I record my dissent, please?
And
It's a roll call vote, Councillor, and I think you abstained, is that correct? Yeah, well, your abstention,
I'm
your abstention will be noted.
entitled to record my dissent under standing orders.
I'm sure that will be taken account of by the...
Councillor,
Okay, are there any other members which wish to record their dissent? Right, okay, Councillor Illingworth, Councillor Jarvis, Councillor Harry Coates, Councillor Colin Stewart, Councillor Callum Purvis, Councillor Caroline Shires, Councillor Bob Braun and Councillor Xander McDade. Have I got everybody? Yes, okay. Thank you. Provost, back over to you.
thank you, Deputy Provost. Item 13, review of parliamentary constituency polling districts and polling places. Are there any questions on the report? Councillor McDade.
Thank you, Provost. Point 1.7, it says polling place is a multi-member polling place. PLI falls within Ward 11, Perth City North. PLJ falls within Ward 12, Perth City Centre. Both polling districts are in the same Scottish Parliamentary constituency and Westminster Parliamentary constituency. My understanding is Perth City North is in the Perthshire South and Kinross constituency, not the Perthshire North Scottish Parliamentary constituency. So they're not in the same Scottish Parliamentary constituency.
Right.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor McDade. Yes, we'll deal with that. There's also a further question of 4 individual properties which we were contacted by the Evaluation Board this morning that need to be adjusted, so we will adjust the electoral rules accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Any comment? Councillor Parrott. Mike.
Sorry, it's a long day. Can I add to that in terms of what I understand with the facts relating to Perth City Centre, and that when the boundaries were changed, it was only...
As long as it's a question, not a comment.
I'm seeking to clarify what I understand to be fact.
Okay, go on.
Having consulted with our electoral officers, that part of the Perth City Centre ward that is mentioned here is actually in the Perth South parliamentary constituency.
So it's
But
similar.
only that part. So they are in the same parliamentary constituencies.
Barrett, yes, we'll review that with the election staff and make sure that that is correct.
Keep it on. Any other questions? No. Councillor Lyle, to move the report.
Thank you, Provost. To be brief, elected members will be aware that the Fairfield Neighbourhood Centre has been closed. The centre is currently an approved polling place. 4 alternative locations were looked at, and the recommendation is that the Railway Staff Club in the Fuse Road be allocated as a temporary polling place. Happy to move the report.
Thank you. Councillor Lyle. Councillor Barrett.
Formally second, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Are there any comments on the report? Councillor Dugan.
Yes, thank you, Provost. It's a question, but I'm far too sensible to try and get that past you, so I won't ask it. But what I would point out is that in paragraph 2.1, it says that the Railway Staff Club, which I must point out in conversation with officers is my preferred location also, is a difficult thing to solve, and officers have done a fine job doing so. The paper makes reference to polling districts PLI and PLJ. I'm afraid I don't know what the polling district reference is, but it's the area around about Riggs Road, Whitefriar Street, Ducat, etc. They currently vote in the Academy Scout Hall. This is a source of some considerable discontentment with voters there, and I would ask, no, I wouldn't ask, I would suggest that Democratic Services urgently look at allowing them to vote now at the staff club, which is literally on their doorstep.
I think that's been taken note of, Councillor. I'm sure. Yeah. Thank you. Any other comments? Agree the report? Thank you. Item 14, review of scheme of establishment for community councils in Perth and Kinross. Outcome of statutory public consultation exercise. Fiona, can I ask you to introduce the report? Well, Jim's going to do this thing. Oh, Fiona's away.
Yeah. Thank you, Provost. This report sets out the findings from the review of the scheme of establishment of community councils. The scheme of establishment sets out the process for establishing community councils in Perth and Kinross, the duties of Perth and Kinross Council, and the duties of the community councils themselves. The current scheme was adopted by Perth and Kinross Council in 2011, and the Council agreed in March 2018 to review it. The review process involved consultation with the community councils themselves, elected members and the general public, and it was completed in December 2018. The report makes recommendations on changes to the scheme regarding language, financial year and annual general meeting arrangements for community councils, membership, along with various boundary changes. I'm happy to take any questions on the report.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions? Councillor McDade.
I'll be very quick, Provost. I'm very grateful to the election staff who have helped the Killiecrankie and Fincastle Community Council proposals. We were unsure as to whether they were going to go forward at this stage, and can I just ask that if the Community Council does wish to include, for example, Tummel in the name, they would be able to do that? I'm not saying they will, but I've just, if they wanted to, because now the whole of Tummel is now basically within that Community Council.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor McDade. I think that would be absolutely acceptable, but could we get that information as quickly as possible?
Thank you, Councillor Lane.
Thanks, Provost.
It's just to clarify that from number 32, Dunkeld, Burnham, Spitalfield and District, Ochtergaven, Loncurty and Stanley are actually part of Strathay now. It used to be Highland and Strathay, but it's just Strathay, so could we have that corrected and badged under the correct one? And also, I don't know if you can do anything about Medvin, but Medvin also falls into, well, not Medvin, but part of it, the Community Council, Ammon Bank, etc., falls into Strathay Ward 5.
Thank you, Councillor Lane. We know there's a couple of community council areas that are split by ward.
and I think we've tried to work along the biggest, the majority of the area. It's just one of these things that would be difficult. If you preferred, we could put 5/whatever, or...
No, it's okay, but it was, as long as the other ones are badged
Yeah.
under Strathday, not Highland.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Forbes.
Thank you, Provost. I'm reading that Invergowrie and Kingoody is not established. I'm very surprised because I'll be attending a community council meeting there on Thursday night this week, so I think you might want to have a wee look at that.
Okay. Yeah. You seen too. Councillor Bailey.
I can put Angus right on that. They've established as an informal community group rather than a formal community council, so there's not a confusion there.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Lyle. Thank you.
Formally second.
Thank you. Any comments? No comments. Agree with the report. Item 15, appointment to committees outside bodies. Can I first of all bring in Councillor Lyle on this one?
Yep, just happy to move the paper as is and delete item 1 with reference to the Lifelong Learning Committee.
What did you say?
Just delete it. Moves it under deletion of item 1.
Okay. Thank you. Right. Do you agree? Everybody happy? Agree with it? Yeah, lovely. And item 16, timetable of meetings for 2019. Can we agree the change in date of the scrutiny committee as set out in the agenda? Great, thank you very much. It's been another long day. Thank you for your attention.